Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, as Bruce Buffer and Michael Buffer used to say. It is approximately 10 after 6 on, what is today? Thursday, April 17th, 2025. A day that we didn't know we've been waiting for almost 3 years. It's the day where Pierre Poilievre gets to take the floor in the leadership debate. Many of us hoped it would be against Justin Trudeau, but alas, we will settle for, maybe I will say, sloppy seconds with Mark Carney. For those of you that were not with us yesterday, it was something. That's what I'll say. It was certainly something yesterday. But if you haven't seen our coverage on that, we did drop a recap video earlier today, and you can check that out a little later. We're anticipating this debate to start right on schedule around 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern. And if it's anything like the debate yesterday, it will run for approximately 2 hours and around 9 p.m. Eastern, at which point we will switch over into the post-debate coverage here on Northern Perspective. Now, Tanya is just not well enough to come on today, but she's starting to feel better, and she did say to me to pass along to every one of you that she's expecting to make her return tomorrow. We had taken our son away for a let's just say a Canadian excursion about an hour away from us for his birthday on the weekend, and there was a bunch of other kids around him, so he most likely picked up something from them, passed it on to Tanya. I have been sleeping on another floor entirely to try and avoid this cold because we have some important work to do, but she should be back very, very shortly. Now, we are going to be joined by our moderators in a little bit, so I asked the chat, please moderate yourself. That would be fantastic. And we're going to ask for everybody's help today to make sure that everyone hits the like. If you hitting likes are like points, and the more points we have, the more viewers that YouTube suggests this stream out to. So we want to beat CBC today, especially because they were they were not too happy after the debate yesterday. Couple things though that a lot of people noticed. Many people were asking us about the chat moving fast. Yesterday we had 15,000 people. I'm not going to say Canadians because we did have some Americans with us as well, our American friends down south, contrary to what the Liberals would have us say. But 15,000 people in chat, all typing messages. Chat will move really fast. As we gain more viewers, please just bear in mind that the more messages that are typed, the faster chat will move. We love that people were so passionate and were just throwing the blue hearts and emojis all over the place yesterday, but we ask that you don't spam emojis and try not to do that, just because that will just add to the speed of the chat and it makes it harder for everybody. So the moderators will be doing their best to try and moderate that. NP Nation, as always, is the best community on YouTube. So if you guys could please just abide by the stream rules that everybody knows, which are pinned in chat, that would be phenomenal. And let's keep our focus on the debate. I think everybody enjoyed the format that we had yesterday, where I pretty much shut up for the whole debate. I commented very minimally as I saw breaks in the answers. So I think we'll do the same thing, and then I'm going to be giving my complete recap after the stream at around 9 o'clock and giving my thoughts on things, and then we will head into any of the super chats that were deposited over the course of the debate, and then we'll get into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited for this. I don't know if we're going to see Pierre come out guns blazing, because the problem is it's Rich. This entire campaign, all CBC could do is say how angry Pierre was. Without saying that they're calling him angry, they're saying that, well, Canadians view that he's angry. And really what they are doing with that is they're saying, hey, Canadians, you should think that this guy is just an angry angry, grumpy guy. So what did Pierre do in the debate? He was prime ministerial, he was professional, he was calm. So what did CBC say afterwards? Well, he didn't attack enough and he disappeared. It was something else. It really was. So I expect to see a balance from Pierre. I expect him to really pick his shots, make some really surgical attacks, but he needs to do so in a prime ministerial way. He needs to do so in a dignified way. Reveal the corruption, reveal the hypocrisy, without resorting, or at least giving the impression that he's resorting to a personal attack, because that's what he's been accused of, and he wants to convey by the end of this debate the impression on Canadians that I am the Prime Minister, I'm professional, I am calm, I'm controlled, and I am the one to lead this country. So, many people have asked, why is Yves Blanchette here? And it's a fair question. Why is he here? It's an English debate. He only speaks in French. Well, we want him here. We want Yves Blanchette here, because the more people that are going after Carney, the better. And this isn't unprecedented for Yves Blanchette. He was at the English debates in 2019, 2021, so it is not actually a surprise that he is attending the English debates now. This is not unprecedented. Jagmeet Singh and Yves Blanchette, they need to take as many votes from Mark Carney as possible. So they need to be keeping the focus on him. Jagmeet pivoting to Pierre Poilievre, have no idea why he did that yesterday, because all he did was waste time. He needs to be completely focused on Carney, because if he's losing votes, they're going to the Liberals. Pure and simple. So it will be very interesting to see what happens. And now we get to hear the unfiltered answers, the untranslated answers. And not even translated, because remember, these are interpreters, not translators. Translators, they just, whatever you say, they spit out. Interpreters, they try and identify the spirit of what you're saying and convey that accurately. So this will be interesting to see them all debate in English. Anyway, before we go any further, let me just get some of the pre-chat activity, and then we will get into the post-debate press conference last night. Jods, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. Quentin Begamery for $7. Word on the street is the Liberals are partaking in potentially illegal election activities with fraudulent rep of the CBC, according to MRG. That's interesting. Haven't heard that. Pete White, member for 8 months. We have saying, did some door knocking with Michael Barrett and his team this weekend. What a great experience. Thanks, NP Nation, for the encouragement. Yeah, it is something else, especially in an anticipated blue riding like that. And Northern Perspective is actually we're going to be pretty busy this weekend. So tomorrow we are doing the Get Out to Vote. I'm going to be driving around people from wherever I'm told to pick them up and bringing them to the polling station. And that way they can get out to vote. If there's young people around you, please give them all of the encouragement that you can. Let them know that their vote is going to be the most essential vote of this election. It is so, so important. They may think, well, my vote doesn't matter. Yours is the vote that matters the most, because you're the demographic that only 40% of you voted last election. Get them out. And then on Saturday, we will be in Kitchener Centre with Kelly DeRitter and her team, and we will be door knocking to make sure we try to take away one more riding from the Greens to make them even more unhappy. So there you go. Donna Swick, Dan Lazat, some random Albertan, Clayton Cameron, Larry Hayes, Snackpack 100, KC, BJ Magra, Al Studio Glitz, Dominic Groh, Chad Volrith, H&T Comics and Collectibles. We have Monica RG, Ken Kemp, Peter Massan, Don B, First Last, Timothy Allen, Jody Gray, and Kat B. All welcome to, or welcome back to NP Supporter. Thank you so, so much for supporting our channel. And Quentin Begamery with $7 super chat. Pierre needs to walk a fine line between pitbull and calm. Yes, he does. He certainly does. And he needs, I wouldn't even say pitbull, he needs to be a surgeon. Get in there, take your swipe, and get back out while having a smile on your face and your suit nice and clean. Marsh for $2. Thank you very much. Today's the day, folks. Let's go. Let's go, Pierre. Absolutely. Woody Doppelganger for 5. Oh, this should be good. I am excited. Down with the Liberal NDP mayhem. Let us make our voices heard. Canada first, always and forever. Amen to that. Amen to that. And we have Mr. G for $7. General thoughts on how Jagmeet handled a rebel post-debate. Feel better, Fox? Well, we're going to be talking about that very, very shortly. But, well, I'll provide my commentary when I get to it. And I'm sure you'll get your answer. Stephen C for $10. Thank you very, very much. My thoughts on the French debate. Pierre nailed it. Blanchette did fairly well. Carney was stumbling drunk, who didn't know where he was, what he was doing, and Jagmeet was a whiny child. Jagmeet's strategy was very peculiar. I agree. Blanchette did pretty well. He kind of faltered in the middle, and I think he did quite well at the end. Everyone should hope that Jagmeet does well today, because he could take back some of that Liberal vote. So it's going to be weird. It's like cheering for the hockey team that you hate to beat the foe of the hockey team that you love. So, Curdy for $20. Are you going to cover the debate, the after debate scrum? Sending love and prayers to Tanya and your young one. We will see. It depends on what time we have. Woody Doppelganger for $2. 740 points at this point. That's the likes, I imagine. And we're at 1,500 likes. See what happens when we shoot up the likes, folks? That's what happens. And we... so I already see some spamming of the emojis. Folks, please, please, please. Let's try and keep those to a minimum because that just accelerates chat. I know everybody's excited, but we want to make sure we try and keep that to a minimum. BJ for $2. CTV has Corey T as the Conservative analyst today. As the Liberal analyst? You mean? Corey T is something else. He and Doug Ford, I swear, this is our theory, is that all they're doing is they're pot-shotting at the Conservatives. They're hoping the Liberals win. And then their plan is to then position Doug Ford as the leader that the Conservatives need and deserve. But we're not going to be fooled by that. We are certainly not going to be fooled by that. BJ McGraw for $5. CTV News isn't any better. Their headline was right-wing media take over post-debate press conference. They all need to disappear. Yeah, it's something else. Chris Ansey for $5. Get well soon, Tanya. And she will hear that later. Adam LeBlanc for $7. CBC should be replaced with Northern Perspective National Broadcast. Yeah, we'll do it at a fraction of the price. How about that? And Margaret Garbo for $10. The French debate translator last night for Carney sounded like it was his voice while other candidates had rotating translators. Why would this be? Listen back if you didn't pick up on this. Thoughts? It's very, very exhausting being a translator. You have to listen and talk at the same time. It's very, very difficult. So a lot of times they will rotate people in order to kind of give them a break. But as for the who was translating who, I think that was just drawing straws. Get Real Chick for $50. Thank you so much. I've never been so nervous about an election. I immigrated here 25 years ago and will be emigrating next year because I just can't be here anymore. But this is still currently the only country I have citizenship in, so I care about its future. Thank you very, very much for that. And if you're nervous, put that nervous energy into trying to help with your EDA and trying to get your candidate elected. That's my advice on there. Canadian Freedom, right, with $5. How can immigration discussion be banned? Because don't ask me, but it can, because the organization putting it on decides on the questions. But if I know Pierre, which we've been covering him a long time, he will try and slip in some immigration points in order to justify his position, because it is a serious issue in this country. Lazarus for $10. Apparently there's a TikTok trend going around with younger kids asking their parents to vote Conservative this election because they're worried about their future quality of life. That's an excellent trend, even though TikTok is a platform we don't participate in just because it's affiliation with the PRC. That is an excellent trend. Kim Day for $10. Thank you very much. Will Pierre change the riding structure in Ontario to make it more fair? They should not be able to have the upper hand over the rest of Canada. Get better soon, Tanya. So that all comes down to how the election is actually done. So if they basically keep it the same as representation by population, it's probably going to stay the same. But he can't change how the ridings work or anything like that. That's all Elections Canada. So, but there's a lot of other things to address, and that won't be at the top of the list. Affordability and all these other items are going to be at the top of the list. Election reform is probably going to be a little further down. Barking up the right tree for $2.79. Every 4 years, I remember how great bloodshed is. Yeah. Quentin Begamery for $7. That was meant for the last Sunday stream over Buttongate. Got it. And Irma Oxenen for $10. Let's hope Pierre stays true to his word. Every indication that we have is that he will. Stephen C for $5. When it comes to Jagmeet, I don't like him, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You got it. Stephen Gerton for $5. Here's to PP doing even better than he did yesterday. Yes, I agree. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Doug Ford is something. Endorses Carney while claiming to be conservative while bashing Pierre. Yeah, he's disgusting. Like he's disgusting. Meanwhile, a lot of the provincial MPs in his party are actually out helping conservative candidates canvas. So what does that tell you? You want to talk about a divided party? Let's talk about a divided party. Chris Van Bommel for $5. Jagmeet after this election will be singing the blues when he loses his riding. Yeah, and his seat and his job. Barry Phelan for $2. Thank you for being a good outlet. We try. We sincerely do. Jason Patton for $2. Good question last night. Rosemary was salty. Yes, she was. And Randy Albert for $20, thank you very much. In southern Alberta, the voting poll stations have been closed. Any guesses in whose areas? NDP, WTF. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Tail in the Dark for $5. Is it true that Carney's removing polling stations to increase? So anyone who's telling you that Mr. Carney is the one that is closing these poll stations, I don't know who these people are. They're not trustworthy, because they don't know what they're talking about. Mark Carney has no authority to close any polling stations anywhere. So anyone telling you that he is, they're not trustworthy. P.S. I hope Tanya's feeling better. Thank you very much. And Peter G. Juchek for $5. I'm happy to say that my elderly blind mother is going to vote for Conservative. She can see through the liberals. Excellent. Okay, folks. Looks like I'm relatively caught up for now. Let's see. I think there's a couple in here that I need to talk about. Let's just see. We have transcription member for 10 months. Let's get Pierre golfing with the scepter on the green carpet in the House of Commons because no other leader won their riding. That would be nice, eh? And we have Mac9551 with 20 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that. If you got a membership from Mac, please say thank you. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Doug Ford is something, endorses yes. And I think I got that one. That's great. Let's see. Yes, here we go. And Lima Sierra for $14. Have seen the kids on TikTok. Very cool. Keep up the good work and get well soon, Tanya and son. Thank you very much. I'm sure Tanya will hear that. Doodlebug for $5. Everyone I know in my age group, 25 to 35 in New Brunswick, is voting Conservative. Excellent. I also see a lot of resentment towards boomers for believing legacy media. Well, those, again, we don't like to demonize the whole category, but the people that are most likely to believe legacy media are people in the boomer category, but there's a whole bunch of boomers that are voting Conservative, and we just want to say you guys are awesome, and please continue to have those conversations with your friends and try and give them the influence you can. Nicholas Solaris for member for 10 months. Isn't it interesting that after the Century Initiative was discussed in the French debate that they removed immigration as a topic? Well, it wasn't after that. They actually removed it earlier than that, but it may feel like that. Oh, YouTube is being very silly already. Monica Mills for $14. Thank you very much. We'll go to the advanced polls tomorrow to cast my vote. Excellent. And Rob Barkhouse gifting 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Amadeo Serrano for $5. Please don't pick on older kids for believing in Santa. I have met adults that believe Mark Carney will make a great prime minister. There you go. Okay, folks. Keep that like going. We're up to almost 2,500 likes and 5,600 viewers. Let's smash that number of 15,000 that we had yesterday. So that means we need a bunch more likes. If you're just joining, please make sure you hit that like button. It's scoring points, and the more points we get, the more YouTube presents this out to other viewers, and the more viewers are likely to join. So thank you very much, everybody. And watch your eyes too for $2. Go Barber Ball, go. Okay. At this point, folks, I'm going to transition into some of the discussion that happened in the post-debate scrum yesterday, and then I'll address any of the super chats right after the debate is done, because we will most likely transition to that, unless I finish the post-debate scrum commentary early from last night, and then I'll get to a few. So let's go to Jagmeet Singh, because he kind of sets up the whole tone of this. So let's go to Jagmeet last night.
Hello, Mr. Singh. You have been a member of Parliament for 6 years, which now gives you the right to a pension. Before that, you were a provincial member, and you have spent much of your career having your salary paid by the public. But you decided to boycott the Conservatives and others, and you supported Justin Trudeau's bill on the internet. Now, this is paid by all Canadians. Why do you think it's ethically acceptable to marginalize Conservatives and to refuse to treat them with respect?
Okay, so this is where translator versus interpreter. So really what the question seemed to be is, why are you boycotting conservative-leaning media? That's where I think this question is. And when she's talking about you supported Justin Trudeau's bill on the internet, really what that means is that he supported Bill C-18 and C-11, which is essentially encouraging media censorship. Bill C-18 is essentially blackmailing Google and Facebook into giving the federal government hundreds of millions of dollars in order for them to continue funding media organizations that frankly are not doing a great job and need government handouts literally every year in order to continue to function, unlike every other business in Canada that has to find and make their own revenue. So that was essentially the crux of the question.
I will not answer your question from Rebel News, so I will not take that question. But I will take the time to say that for me, what is critical in this election is the issue of who will fight for Canadians, who will defend the things that people hold dear, such as health care, who will defend the interests of everyday Canadians and not rich CEOs, and who will be able to stand up to companies that rip Canadians off. I have a holiday, so you'll have to listen to me again. No, you feel that the Indians feel that your opinions are not acceptable, and you refuse to answer questions from journalists with whom you disagree, as you've just done now. I presume that in your opinion, we should be punished one way or another. So how are you any different from authoritarian politicians that you would imprison for their ideas? This is another reason why I do not take questions from Rebel News, because you promote disinformation, and your question is an example of that.
Now, Jagmeet, isn't it interesting how CBC loves to go after Pierre, and there's this narrative, this whole campaign, about how Pierre won't engage with the media. Meanwhile, you have Jagmeet Singh, who decides, I don't like this outlet, so I'm not going to answer questions. Well, guess what? There's many people that like Rebel News. There's many people that don't like Rebel News. There's many people that are indifferent about Rebel News. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you want to get paid by the Canadian taxpayer to serve as a member of parliament, if you want to wear the big boy pants and be a prime minister, guess what? You got to answer questions. Now, you can answer the question and call out what you believe to be their in misinformation and disinformation while you're answering the question. Notice that that's what Pierre does. Even when CTV continued to ask him questions during that whole crazy bit where they manufactured a video to make him seem like he was saying one thing when he actually wasn't, he still answered their questions, but he would call out the BS that they were doing. You can do that. But to just say, I'm not answering your question, that's a dangerous precedent, folks. Very, very dangerous precedent. So this is what it comes down to. If you're going to get paid, if you want to get paid by the Canadian taxpayer, which should be a privilege. This isn't a right for you to have this job. It's a privilege because people have elected you. They've chosen you to represent them. You then don't get to turn around and say, well, I'm not going to be held to account. Because literally that is what the press, that's what their purpose is supposed to be when it comes to government. It's what it's designed for, is to hold the government to account. That's the whole point of having a free and independent press. The problem is we don't really have a free and independent press, do we? Because they are being subsidized by the government, which is the entire problem. So anyway, folks, just a reminder to everybody, try not to spam emojis in the chat. Everyone's been pretty good at that because that increases the speed of the chat. We're up to 7,200 folks in chat. Thank you all for joining us. And the chat will increase as the number of messages increase. So just be mindful with your chats, everybody. And let's get those likes up. We're at 3,700 points, YouTube points. And the more points we have, the more YouTube will recommend this out. And the more we have a chance of beating CBC. We want to beat the amount of viewers that are on CBC. So let's make sure that we pop up this stream in the ranking. And the amount of likes we have really, really helps with that. Speaking of CBC. Anyway, let's continue.
English, please.
Good evening, Mr. Singh.
Do you really want it in English? I could do it if you want. No, you're just joking. Next question, please.
Kate McKenna from CBC News. Your party and the other parties haven't released costed platforms. How can we have an honest debate about your promises when voters can't see how you'll pay for them?
Well, we're the only party that has actually laid out clear examples of how we would raise money. We talked about ending offshore tax havens, enforcing the Canada Revenue Agency to get the money that we're owed. There's billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars that we're owed that we're not receiving because of a lack of enforcement. So we've laid out clear ways that we would increase revenue. We've also talked about things that we would cut. We would cut offshore tax havens, but we'd also cut fossil fuel subsidies and private consultants and instead rely on our civil servants. So we've laid out some of the real ways that we would do that, whereas the Conservatives are very clear what they're going to do. They're going to cut the services that people need. They've laid that out. And we've also seen that sadly, Mr. Carney's also talked about cutting services, and his plan to balance the operating budget in 3 years would mean $43 billion in cuts. And so if you want someone that's going to stand up and fight back against those cuts, hold the Liberals to account, you need to send New Democrats to Ottawa like you did before, and we were able to deliver dental care and pharmacare. Send more New Democrats again to Ottawa, and we will fight back against these cuts.
You spoke the least this evening of all of the leaders. I'm wondering how you feel about how you did tonight, whether you were able to communicate your message to French-speaking Canadians.
Well, ultimately, the difference wasn't as big, but initially I was worried about it. But I'm really proud that I was able to make the case to Canadians, to Quebecers or French-speaking Canadians, that what New Democrats are going to do is stand up for what matters most to you. I made it a point to stand up for healthcare because it is so fundamental to who we are as a country. We fundamentally believe that we should take care of each other, and healthcare represents that value. So I raised that. I talked about how we can make life more affordable by putting a price cap on essential food items like other countries have done. I talked about how we can stop big corporations, corporate landlords from buying up affordable homes. I laid out how we would take the GST off of your monthly bills like cell phone and internet and give people a real break. And so in this difficult time, the question in this election is who's going to actually fight for you, not the billionaires. and sending more New Democrats to Ottawa. Voting for us is how you have someone on your side fighting for you.
So many of you said this in chat, and you're exactly correct. All Jagmeet Singh has is lying, gaslighting. He keeps saying, Pierre has said that he's going to cut your health care. And he was asked, okay, what's your proof of that? Well, he said it. He hasn't said anything like that. What he has said is he's not going to cut dental care. He's not going to cut pharmacare. What he will do, I guarantee you, because a lot of people are criticizing here, well, he's just going to, he thinks like a liberal. No, he's trying to appeal to the maximum amount of voters possible. But what I can tell you that the Conservatives will do is fix those broken programs. The daycare program is broken because it doesn't serve rural communities at all. So it's completely broken. The pharmacare, it's not a pharmacare program. It's a birth control and a diabetes program. That's all pharmacare is. That needs to be fixed. The dental care program, it's completely broken. And it's costing way more than it should, because it should be going through the provinces because they already have the infrastructure to deal with that. But instead of that, no, we need to set up brand new agencies and hire more people in order to actually do that. It is broken. So they can actually introduce so much efficiency into those programs to save a ton of money, absolute ton of money. And they can keep those programs, make them even better for less cost, and then use that money elsewhere. People keep asking the Conservatives, how are you going to fund all this? Because liberal governments don't know how to implement things properly. Conservatives are usually coming in with a bunch of people from the private sector, and guess what? You have to be efficient with your money. And private sector knows how to get a lot of things done very, very well and very, very cheap. You have to, because that's how you stay competitive. Government doesn't have to be competitive with anyone, so they don't care. So that's what they're going to be doing. Okay, folks, we're still at 835 likes. Please, if you're coming in, hit that like button, hit the doorbell, put your feet up, grab your beverage of choice, get your popcorn, chips, or steak, or whatever you're having before we watch this absolute disaster of an English debate. The more likes we get, those are YouTube points. And the more YouTube points we get, more viewers we get, more chance we have of beating CBC. So let's go. Okay, let's keep going.
Question en français.
Bonjour, Monsieur Singh, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada.
Hello, Mr. Singh, Radio-Canada. We heard you referred to fair treatment from the moderator. Why did you attack the moderator in this debate? Well, it was just in the moment. I spoke to him after the debate, and I said it was because I was very passionate about the issue. Health care is something that saved my father's life. I had to access it while I was studying law, so I think it's really fundamental to defend our healthcare system. It's such a personal thing. So I was passionate about it, and I had an opportunity to share why it's important to defend it, because there's a crisis right now, and this is a crisis we can fix. So I think people in Quebec and across the country can now know how important that is to me to defend something that people hold dear. In the debate, you accused Pierre Poilievre of wanting to privatize health care. What evidence do you have of that? Well, first of all, he is proposing to cut health care. He is proposing to massively cut the programs that we need. And like all Conservatives, if you look at the record of the Conservatives in the past, they privatize. In each province where there are Conservatives, in a province where, like Alberta with Danielle Smith, Danielle Smith is currently massively privatizing the healthcare system in Alberta. She is giving power. But I'm talking about Mr. Poilievre. But she's giving a lot of power to private organizations. So this is an example of conservative values, which involves privatization. And Mr. Poilievre is continuing that same tradition with massive cuts to health care. And those cuts will accelerate privatization.
Hello, Mr. Singh. Drea Humphrey with Rebel News. Your party takes great pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online...
Sorry, I didn't get your outlet.
Drea Humphrey with Rebel News.
Okay.
Your party...
You know where I'm going to go with this, all right?
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can. I'm just going to say you know where I'm going to go with it, though.
Your party takes pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online hate speech. Yet you stay silent about ongoing attacks against Christians, even after Conservative MP Jamil Javani's order paper question revealed that over 200 churches have been targeted by arson and vandalism since claims of remains being discovered at former residential schools swept the nation in 2021. These claims have been disproven by bands that excavated and remain unproven by those that have not. Will you condemn the rise in acts of hate against Christians today and explain what your party will do moving forward to keep Christians safe from hate in Canada?
Again, thank you, but I'm not going to respond to an organization that promotes misinformation and disinformation like Rebel News, so no, I'm not going to respond to your question.
Please keep the questions and answers short. We're just getting up to the time.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. Over 200 Christian places of worship have been attacked in Canada since 2021. Many served First Nations communities, many were historic, and they diverted police and resources and put others at risk. What do you say to Canadians who see your refusal to answer, especially from one of the few media outlets here that are not funded by the state, as proof that a vote for you is a vote for a dangerous radical party that gaslights the public into thinking it stands against hate when its silence is instead emboldening Christophobia?
Your question is another example of why I don't respond to agencies like Rebel News that promote misinformation and disinformation.
I just want to say, and I think this is kind of reflected in chat, bravo, Deirdre. Bravo. Like, I don't agree with everything that Rebel News says. I don't agree with a lot of their methods. But it doesn't matter. It comes back to that. It doesn't matter. You're a politician. You may not like the question. You may not like the outlet. You may not like the people that work at the outlet. But guess what? You signed up for it. You signed up for this. And when you sign up to be a politician, you sign up to being accountable to the press, no matter who it is. Sucks to be you. And the fact that you refuse to answer the question actually proves her point. So all you're doing is hurting yourself, and you're making yourself out to look like you support authoritarianism. You believe that a politician can say, you know what, I get to choose which organization I'm accountable to. And I can choose that only the organizations that support my narrative, that's what I want. So that's really what he's saying. And that's a problem, right? That's a problem. So I'm going to skip to the end of that, and we'll hear some of what CBC was saying. Hopefully this doesn't mess up my sound.
Sort of address the elephant in the room. Okay, so that was NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Up next will be Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. But I think we have to sort of address the elephant in the room. How are these people chosen to answer these questions? And I don't know if either one of you have an answer for that, but I think there will be people at home saying, some of these seem like odd questions. Some of them aren't getting answered. How come we've heard so often from this one particular outlet? Any idea what's going on there?
There's three right-wing, very right-wing media, we can call them media, websites that are present in there. They get in line to ask a question like anybody else. Their accreditation has been approved by the Commission of Debates, and so they get the right to stand in line and ask a question that they choose to ask. In this case, you saw Mr. Singh, and this has been his position for some time, to refuse to answer questions. Rebel News in particular traffics in misinformation, facts, lack of facts, and as you heard in that question, which was woven with some truth and some things that weren't true. Yes, there have been burnings of Christian Catholic churches. Yes, there have been remains of Indigenous children found in various places around the country, which she misrepresented. We'll see if Mr. Poilievre gets any questions from right-wing organizations. I would suspect no.
Mr. Poilievre did get questions from right-wing organizations, and I love that they label these as right-wing as if they're a bad thing, right? Don Cherry was fired for saying these people. When are all these people going to get fired? Because you actually went further. So, sounds like you're a little bitter, CBC, that you're not the only kid on the block. That's what that sounds like to me. So, but guess what? They were accredited. They're allowed in there. So maybe focus on the actual questions than trying to denigrate other organizations. And you're talking about trafficking in misinformation, disinformation. Have you been watching your own show this whole campaign? Are you kidding? Have you been noticing that you've been literally not covering some topics entirely that are very damaging to the Liberal campaign? Because everybody else has. And they wonder why their viewership's going down. I wonder why, CBC. Let's go to... we have 10 minutes left, so let's go to one more.
English, please.
Sheila Gunn-Reid for Rebel News.
Yes.
We've seen the NDP tonight refuse to take questions from independent journalists. The Liberals have gone one step further. The Carney campaign has called the police on independent journalists. Trudeau before that brought in C-18, C-11. The Liberals are promising a revamped version of the Online Harms Act. What would a Conservative government do to ensure the independence of the press and protect Canadians' right to have access to information and hold their politicians to account?
We are the only party that's willing to protect freedom of the press, of all the media. And we will also repeal C-11, the censorship law. We will remove the censorship of Canadian news on web platforms like Facebook and Instagram. We will fight back against any kind of Orwellian online censorship law like the one that the previous Liberal government instituted. It was designed to create the possibility of preemptive arrests of people, where you could be arrested if you were suspected of sometime in the future planning to say something harmful online. You could be under a peace bond. I mean, it really is Orwellian. And I note that many people across the spectrum have spoken out against this censorship. Even someone like Margaret Atwood, not known to be a conservative, has said that this kind of censorship is not only bad for democracy, but inhibits artistic expression. So I stand for free speech, and we will respect the right of Canadians to have access to the media that they choose.
There you go. There you go. Like, Pierre has not refused to answer questions from CTV News. He's just refused to go on their show until they got an apology for the outright blatant misrepresentation and doctoring of that video. But whenever they showed up in the press gallery, he would answer their questions. He would make a point of calling it out as he's answering the question, but he would still answer the question. And when he gets a question that seems loaded, he will call out the question. He'll say, well, you have a false premise because this is what you're saying. And then he'll answer the question. But he just won't sit there and say, well, I refuse to answer the question. You signed up for it. Remember, Jagmeet, you said, when I'm Prime Minister, remember when you said that in the House of Commons? And everybody laughed at you? Like literally everybody? Everybody in the gallery, everybody in every other party, they all laughed at you. This is why they're laughing. Because you're not serious. And we have time to get to one more.
Hi, Mr. Carney, Cian Bexley, Juno News. In your estimation, was Justin Trudeau a good Prime Minister?
Yeah, Justin Trudeau and the previous administration made a number of contributions to this country. I suspect since I have 10 minutes, I think, right, for the responses, I'm not going to enumerate them all. I'll make one point which I think is relevant on the way looking forward, which is, as I said the other night in an interview, he and I, we share the same values in terms of solidarity, taking care of one another. emphasis on reconciliation, emphasis on equality of all Canadians, and building a better country for everyone else. The difference, one of the differences, there are many, but one of the differences between the two of us goes to the question I was just asked, which is I put much more emphasis on the economy, on growing the economy. In fact, in this circumstance that we're in, given the scale of the crisis and what needs to be done, I would say a relentless focus on growing the economy to work for all Canadians.
Just to follow up, if I may, your entire campaign does seem to be predicated on putting you in the front and hiding the people that stood in lockstep with Justin Trudeau for the last 10 years. You're kind of hoping that Canadians won't connect the dots, that the people standing behind you in your caucus walked in lockstep with him. Regardless of what you say right now, Stephen Guilbeault made the carbon taxes life work. The man that moved Paul Bernardo from a maximum security prison is now your chief of staff. I'm wondering how you reconcile this and how you can trust their judgment when they thought those ideas were good ideas.
I'd say a couple of things to that rather odd question. First is that the candidates in this election for the Liberal Party, I mean, you go and see when I make an announcement. I don't think I've seen you at any of them, but next time you can come. And you will see a wide range of the candidates that are there presenting themselves. So, for example, with respect to our announcement on crime, we had Bill Blair, now the Minister of Defence, of course, formerly the Chief of Police and a long time in Toronto, and Natalie Provost, who is a new candidate. We're honored to have her, and someone who's dedicated their life to helping to end gun violence and violence against women. There is a very wide range of candidates that have come to the party with me. There's a lot of fresh blood. There's also a lot of experience that's there, and you need...
Okay, cut him off there. So basically, don't pay attention to the people that have run this corrupt government that are still there, and I've actually kept them in cabinet. I've even made the guy who was responsible for the entire SDTC $400 million, probably $800 million, because that's all that was audited, billion-dollar slush fund that put hundreds of millions of Canadian dollars into the pockets of Liberal appointees. When projects came across their desk and say, whoa, which company should I allocate these hundreds of millions of dollars to? Oh, mine. Yes, I will approve that. Thank you very much. The guy who ran that is now the finance minister. And people shouldn't be concerned? Not at all? Okay. So yeah, that's how that went. And I'm just going to transition right over to this, and my lovely partner and wife Tanya is down there. For those of you that used to watch in the Avatar days, that's her. And ladies and gentlemen, see the magic of likes. We are now up to almost 11,000 viewers and 6,600 likes. So if you're just joining us, please hit that like. It tells YouTube via YouTube points to suggest this stream out there. And if I can ask everyone who is watching, please share this stream out there. Let's get more people in here. Let's beat the CBC in terms of viewership. Let's go. So let us get some audio here. And just for those that have joined, I'm going to be speaking minimally to allow the debate to continue, to allow you to hear what they're saying, to allow me to hear what they're saying. I will be taking notes, and then following the stream, I will be providing my full commentary on any of the notable items that come into play.
This moment's incredibly important for Canadians. One of the most consequential elections of the past several decades. So hopefully they at least give us a bit of a good show, if anything.
Yeah, well, and the very fact that Yves-François Blanchet is there, obviously not as consequential for him as the French language debate was last night. Always interesting to see what they add to it. And again, for me, I gotta say, the one thing that I really am going to keep an eye on is that opportunity at the end of the night where each leader can choose a question to whatever leader of the other party they want to. So I think that will provide some interesting fireworks for people who are watching. But listen, Eric Renier, Laura Pinnell, and Alex Balancol, thank you to you. I know we're done for this evening. Laurie, you're still stuck with me. You're going to stay as the strategist join us later on. But for people at home, thank you. You are watching CPAC, the Cable Public Affairs channel. We're going to bring you now to the atrium of the Maison de Radio-Canada. Again, this is in Montreal, where the English language leaders debate will be taking place, the only English language debate of this 45th general election. I'm Michael Serapio. Here is now the debate. We'll see you right after.
Live from the atrium of Maison Radio-Canada in Montreal, 4 federal leaders will debate for your vote. The leaders are here and ready to go. Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, Yves-François Blanchet, and Jagmeet Singh. They will debate the major challenges facing our country, from tariffs to the cost of living, public safety, energy, and leading in a crisis. Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, your moderator for tonight's debate. Each leader has agreed to the following: no notes, answer the questions, stay on theme, stay on time. How much each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks, visible to the leaders and to you at home. This is the 2025 Federal Leaders Debate. Well, welcome, leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable evening. Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate, and the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Poilievre, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here. What would I do different? Well, I'll start by what I would do the same. I think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what would I do? I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs, so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town. I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People lived on one side of the border, worked on the other. People traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada, but we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
Monsieur Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which are in Quebec?
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle immigration. So we have the right to be different, and if this difference is being respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. Okay, we now move into open debate, and I'll start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S., so that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poilievre, you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas. How could you possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure. If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day, so free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the federal government to commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying on provincial. Yes, it is possible on our system. It is the impact assessment. It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
Mr. Singh's turn, please.
Of course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while, Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs, that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Poilievre and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, Liberal Law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single biggest export. Why would you not repeal this Liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
Let's get a response.
Well, let me pick up a couple of points that have been made. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was to cut the carbon tax. That's the first thing. Second thing is made a commitment that all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those companies most affected. There were several points raised.
Nothing so far.
Mr. Steve, if I may address, I'm trying to do it quickly because several points raised. All proceeds go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines, that means carbon capture, storage, that means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month. Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers' meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Poilievre, you want to come back on that?
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the Government of Canada to actually duplicate the same project.
Have no regulation.
Have one-stop shop.
over any energy
we just got to let him finish his sentence. Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact, Mr. Singh. The reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple levels of referral that it takes now 17 years to get a major project approved in this country. That is why in the last 10 years we've had the worst economic growth in the entire G7. We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the United States.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
While these two compete about who's more pro-pipeline, I think what we need to do is, I mean, it's clear. The Liberals bought a pipeline. They built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build an east-west grid. Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly, Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the east-west grid. Grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor, huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no, it's no.
I know.
Good.
I know,
Let's
but this
keep
is
that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to do.
And do you understand one other point fast?
This is what we need. This is what we need to do in a crisis.
We have Moïse and then Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years. Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more, and somebody of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of Liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs.
Sounds wild when you say that.
We actually need to get things done.
Sense.
We need a change, and our Conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2 feet for a change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we were talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that
will give us
in this segment. That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I got to be the heavy guy here every now and then, making sure everybody comes to time. And I'm keeping an eye as well on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the cost of living.
And here we go. This is Pierre's wheelhouse. Let's go.
Is to double the pace of housing construction.
It will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Il faudra parler des entreprises du Québec, des travailleurs du Québec, des aînés du Québec.
A big, powerful bring it home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building.
MP Nation, this is on you.
Okay, leaders, same idea, one-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago you could buy an average house for $450,000. But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth Liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change. And our Conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes. 2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
You have a meeting with CEOs.
I appreciate the question. This is a big concern. When I talk to Canadians, they tell me they're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying, I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires having the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations ripping you off.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created a discrimination against elders which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in price.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I entered this contest, because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis to help fix it. And I would say, look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay? I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy.
Not as much.
But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated housing, that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time. We now move to open forum here. And Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while the GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising is that Mr. Carney also said that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone, their home heating, giving them relief to take the GST off those is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went after
that's your numbers.
You went after Mr. Poilievre first, so I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government. While Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that priced you out of a house. Just a few weeks ago, before the election, the Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes, and they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home, and our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
Mr. Carney, they're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
Okay. I know it may be difficult, Mr. Poilievre. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone. And we're in a new
impersonation of them with the same policies tonight.
Very different. Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. Focus is on results.
Were you his economic
advisor? And so how to drive results in the housing market, you've got to change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers, $25 billion on the table for those housing developers, $10 billion for deeply affordable homes, cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing market.
Exactly what Trudeau and then Mr. Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things. And you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager.
Wow.
Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands? You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted to...
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, it's very important. Obviously, we need to build homes that people can afford.
Blanchette out of here.
Mr. Poilievre had the opportunity to show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper, and during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes. During that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built 6 homes.
200,000.
This has been confirmed again and again. He built 6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney is, well, he's laid out a plan. The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision to buy up affordable homes in cities like Toronto where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when, Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Poilievre first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
hold this up to remind you.
The Toronto Star, the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
No, it was 6 homes,
and I appreciate neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that year I was the minister, if I could,
which is great.
The year I was,
let's let him answer.
In the year I was
high enough though.
The year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened
and
at the end of the Conservative reign?
One bedrooms rented out for $900, and that's since that time. Housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and now
under the Conservatives too.
Now we have Mr. Carney making tens of billions of dollars of spending promises that will ultimately continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities. And that means axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the way so that builders can actually build.
I think,
Mr. Carney, you are on housing. We need a change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the 6 are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The 6 are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be entitled to do it alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your 2 hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity part.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real relief for people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them access their services if you're a senior and a kid. I fought for child care to make sure people could afford child care. All measures that Mr. Poilievre voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going to fight for you in Ottawa to actually make life more affordable, you can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. He doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you, while the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about. New Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Poilievre.
The number one expense for families today is taxes, more than they spend on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This after 10 years of Liberal tax increases. We can't afford a fourth term of high Liberal taxes. That's why Conservatives have a plan for change. And that plan includes
voted against every measure to help people out.
Cutting income taxes by 15% for the average worker and senior, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because hard work is actually being punished. Is actually being punished because of the very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable affordable home
you want to save
on
people
a safe
$2,000,
street, and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
Cut their child care, which is thousands of dollars. Cut pharmacare coverage, which is thousands of dollars.
False.
That's not a very good math deal right there. You're going to save people $2,000, but cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford conservatives, and you certainly can't trust the Liberals on their own.
Turn.
You need New Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to reinforce that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet. Child care in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province, jurisdiction.
Depending on where you live, that's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We've expanded dental care to 8 million Canadians.
Because we
8 million Canadians.
Because New Democrats.
Pharmacare. These are fundamental issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
And that's why you need New Democrats.
That's
Quebec,
not what I've said.
And in terms of
income taxes
working with Quebec.
For Canadians.
Yes, absolutely. Throughout the short time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
Why
supply
haven't you answered Mr. Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in the letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about...
And you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask.
Why vote for Conservatives?
He's got the... Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Come on.
The question you have to ask is, after a decade of Liberal promises, can you afford food? Is your housing more affordable than it used to be? What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers all over again for a 4th term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years of Liberal government?
25 seconds left in this segment for you to respond to that.
That was a good attack. Look, that was solid.
I do my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest risk we have to affordability, the biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and foremost, we've got to get that right. Secondly, we need to do it in a way that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our
intrusion in Quebec jurisdiction over and again. I like if we're any better than we are.
The clock
is there one thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better, and most of the time you try to copy what we did with our own money against us. What's that? As a policy, don't you have your own things to care about?
That really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their points, but
far
we got to move on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you.
They interrupt Carney.
Okay,
Carney
that ends section 2.
So
Up
weak.
next, public safety and security.
Ladies and gentlemen, 20,000 viewers.
Canadians
Welcome
and to build communities that are safe, secure, and
That's what
strong.
happens when you put those likes in. Let's keep going, bud.
Drugs, stolen cars, and other illegal substances out of our country.
We're going to invest in our borders, and that means hiring more border officers.
Resources are in short supply, not enough staff. This is not the nice way to treat people who come to our border.
Okay, same format, one-on-one questions and then open debate. Monsieur Blanchet, you get to go first in this one. Public safety and security. For a lot of people, that means the fentanyl crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious issue, which is a bit less important in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers. Immigration has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion. Our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear. Some rules even invite people to hide for 2 weeks illegally before coming out. Some things has to be done. The situation of one person asking for asylum may take as much as 4 years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type of immigration than we can afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Mr. Blanchet. We can, of course, return to the immigration issue during open debate should you choose to. Mr. Carney, question for you. The Liberal gun buyback policy, not considered a success by many people. Reviving it is in your platform.
Yeah.
Why would it work this time?
Yeah, I think, well, what we've seen with that policy is some success at the commercial level, but not at the individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And I've instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety in order to do that. So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun industry that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We've banned over 2,000 of these. Every single time there has been a vote in the House of Commons on gun control, Mr. Poilievre has voted against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Mr. Poilievre, you can come back on that in the open debate if you want to, but my question for you in this segment is, Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our correction system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will make that worse?
I'm concerned that Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. Killer was out of jail after 60 prior convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're out law. 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail. We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal guns out.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. That's time. Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP, because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural communities and northern communities that there have been some serious concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground. And that's something I'm committed to. The other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens, and that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those materials from coming into the country.
That's time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment, which we go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one, and it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers. Why do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous, and I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box. We will also pass tough new laws that prevent repeat offenders from getting out. If you commit 3 offenses under the 3 strikes law I propose, you will not be allowed out of jail until you prove that you are drug-free, that you are behaved perfectly, and that you've learned an employable skill and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get Mr. Carney to respond to that. Do you think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that the one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians. And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today. I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians.
It's like it's dangerous to let these people back out.
People like us on the stage. Politicians who may use their power to override fundamental rights. And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Poilievre, I should get Mr. Poilievre on that. Is it a slippery slope if you use it in this case?
I must say, I would be quite interested too, because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And the Ford case made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well, let me just start by saying, first of all, thank you. I just started by saying, let's not let Mr. Poilievre get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are equipped to do that. So don't let Mr. Poilievre's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible, they should pay a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned about is all of what Mr. Poilievre is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place. But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Poilievre has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns and illegal weapons that are used in violent crime. So our plan is, let's stop those illegal weapons getting into our country in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers and having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Poilievre, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers. They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
Keeping an eye on time
can't trust them.
Let's get back to Mr. Poilievre on the issue of whether, in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances, would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets.
There you go.
I don't think you appreciate, sir, the chaos that is unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many of our communities precisely because of the catch and release bail law C-75, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place, despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA area where there has been a sharp increase. How do you attack that? You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening, particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000 RCMPs. That's why, as part of the broader fentanyl initiative, where we've added to the RCMP there, we've added drones, we're adding helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus at both ends of the chains in federal government.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our communities safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I've met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And they're saying we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms, and that's my commitment.
Mr. Blanchet. Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organization. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale being by those gangs.
Sold?
And not sold, being, you purchase a thing and sold by those gangs. And we mostly have to protect our kids from being recruited by those gangs, becoming violent at 13 and 14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of parents like I am. This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative, a sad memory? Officially, they said that they had not considered Quebec difference. They had not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis, and one of his closest collaborators is now a close consider to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people come into Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say, pause. Let's do things properly. Let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion and successfully as a measure of respect for them also.
Mr. Poilievre, you wanted a word.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come into that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous, Liberal-run borders.
The border,
and that's why the police.
border officers.
It's not true, and that's
you
why
literally
the police.
cut the border officers
the police
in the
actually,
facts.
if I could, the police actually endorsed
do it
me.
again,
The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the guns
After you
from
cut
coming
them,
in.
now you want to hire
But unlike the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles. The Liberals want to protect. I want to protect Canadians from criminals. The Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes the most
Mr. Carney,
sense.
quick intervention, Mr. Carney, then I got a question for each of you before this segment's out.
Okay. We absolutely fully support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal, in Toronto, across this country, who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. This, it pains me that when we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course, but we will put that in place.
Let me get back.
And this is a fundamental issue with respect
Let me
to any
get 10 seconds from each of you before this segment's out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each. Mr. Poilievre.
The Liberals.
The physical security threat to our country is the rampant crime wave that is running out of control. After the last decade, we had a 116% increase in gun crime. We need to lock up the criminals.
I got to hold you to 10 seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security threat, illegal guns and drugs coming across the border, and cuts to services that would make our public safety and security even worse.
Last word to Monsieur Blanchet.
The fact that neither Quebec or Canada is able to protect itself, and that we are still dependent and entirely dependent on Americans to protect us.
Okay, that is the end of that section. Gentlemen, up next, energy and climate.
Improving pipelines, getting things built, unleashing production.
We are unlocking major infrastructure projects, including in conventional energy, oil and gas.
We're speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family to pay for the damages of climate change.
We can absolutely build important projects like an east-west energy grid.
Energy and climate change. I know how much all of you love talking about pipelines, so here we go. Mr. Singh, to you first. Should Canada build new pipelines to get our oil and gas to market?
Well, it's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at. I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in context. We're talking about what our energy solutions are in the context of a climate crisis. And we're not just talking about a climate crisis in the far future. We're living it right now. I remember I met a mom a couple of years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out on some days because of the forest fires in BC. It meant that it was unsafe for kids to go outdoors. Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple of years after that, and I literally worry about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple of years ago meant that many places that didn't see this before saw days where there was such smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids. We've seen extreme weather, forest fires, heat domes, floods impacting us. We've got to do everything we can to
Thank you,
protect our
Mr.
future.
Singh. That's time. Mr. Poilievre, where does fighting climate change land on your list of priorities when it comes to expanding energy opportunities in this country?
It lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world. Look, The reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law, C-69, blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense. And now it's time to bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. The next question is for Mr. Carney. How would your government fast-track pipelines and mining projects while also following the Supreme Court decision that requires consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and this goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force, and having a process and a consultation, but a consultation with a purpose, which is to identify those projects, those investments of national interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects, and that's why, and I know I can tell, like, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up, which is, that's why we're doubling, our proposal is to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean? It means an ability for them to invest equity in those projects and be full partners. Thank you.
My tell is my clock, and my clock is at 0, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet, do you still oppose pipeline construction in Quebec, even though a majority of Quebecers now apparently say they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are hearing very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense, and we will be back to it in a few minutes. But energy, trade, commerce is from south to north or north to south, and it's true in Quebec also. In a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office, and there will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities which will provide us with nothing.
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance, or have had a chance, to get the first shot at this. Monsieur Blanchet, it is your turn to get the first shot. Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals which are in high demand. Are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course. It has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most important clean phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to be exploited. This is the best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure that we need. We have lithium. Everybody needs lithium. Transportation has to be taken from oil to clean energy. This is what we want to be working on. It is part of the specifics of Quebec economy. So we are in favor of that. But we don't want to pay for the $30 billion which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billion which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec. Those are $16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth for Quebecers with our own money.
We need to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again.
Yeah, but if I may,
and so the discussions
to negotiate.
If I may finish.
Let's let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home, better.
Always with the approval of
Mr. Singh has the floor.
We should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are highly profitable companies. I think that's the wrong thing to do. We fought against it again and again.
No, you voted for it.
And then the Liberals have continued to do it. And so my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies? Yeah. We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talk.
I promise Mr. Poilievre the next, we'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Poilievre.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of putting a tax on our mines and our industry. And that is wrong. But so do you. You want to apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants,
you want to let them
Canadian oil and gas plants. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing for the environment. It will actually ship our jobs south of the border,
so
just
plan is
like
as much
President
as they want.
Trump
Not a good
wants.
Plan.
My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions, so that we actually help the environment while bringing home the jobs for our people at the same time. That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny, so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
Mr. Carney, we've got. Hang on a second. I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Poilievre's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make 3 points. I'll make 4 if you want me to respond to that, but I want to make 3. The first is that I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadians game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need New Democrats.
Secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone. Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas oil exports by 50% in this country. That is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared, it's actually an asset of Canada. Let me make a third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big projects we need to move forward with is carbon capture and storage, the Pathways project, so that we have oil and gas that is competitive, not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less. We want to have more market share. We need to do that. My government we'll move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and gas companies. Independent, separate from the country, oil and gas companies. That's what I'm talking about.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to address
billions
his
of
point?
dollars are spending. We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon tax?
How much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is I'm going to address the broader point. Broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Poilievre, which, by the way, is going to put our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those countries care about whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is, we're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices, for retrofitting their home, getting their emissions down, or improving otherwise. And that is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters, and it's better for Canadians.
Chair Poilievre.
Mr. Carney didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? And he won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, Mr. Carney has temporarily
But do you know the answer?
hidden the
you don't
carbon
know the answer
tax.
either. You're just throwing out
thousands of dollars. Thousands of
You're just
dollars.
making it up, though. You don't
Extra
know.
costs.
When you add
taxes to steel, you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add taxes
It's a strawman argument to say you know the price.
when you add the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the Liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We've got just a little over 3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. You speak to any young person and they think, we're seeing climate crisis in front of us happening right now. Speak to seniors who say, we used to be able to live in our homes without air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat crises in communities that never had worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding, we're seeing forest fires like never before. We are living in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it, they're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Poilievre wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water, and air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change, which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all. That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers. Let us be different because we can afford to be different.
Let me give. I will get to you because I said I would. But you've taken a couple of hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to get to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to conclude as much as
Mr.
possible.
Carney, hang on. Last word to Mr. Carney in this segment, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became. When I was born and when I was growing up in Edmonton, early days, it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
if I may,
in the world.
If I may.
The worst pollution
may I finish? May I finish? May I?
10 more seconds to finish, please. Let him finish his point.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver it.
And that is time for this segment. Gentlemen, let us go to our final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
Immigration, everybody.
Canadians know how to weather a storm. Canadians know how to get through a difficult time.
If, at the end of the day, we end up with the balance of power, Quebec is safer than it could be in any other scenario.
Now is not a time for weakness. Now is the time to take back control.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad theme that allows us to explore many different avenues here. So let's get to it. Mr. Carney, you get the first question this time. We haven't balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
So let me put this in the context of leading in a crisis, which is, in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worst is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we can and should do as a nation, and we can deliver. And government can play a role, but its role has to be catalytic. And so our approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending, away from transfers individual, 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government in order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Ukraine surely constitutes a crisis. Leading in a time of crisis, Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party supported donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in the defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our own Canadian military because the Russians want to make incursions into our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic icebreakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay.
Well,
going on. Monsieur Blanchet.
The answer was yes.
We'll get more details, perhaps, as we go forward. Monsieur Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
That one is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea. We must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be Prime Minister. But I can offer to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner, if Quebec is respected in its differences, in its aluminum industry and lumberwood industry and culture and French language and values of secularity of the state, which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality. Then, if we are respected, we will be a partner, and then even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
Mr. Singh, I watched last night's debate. You seem very eager to talk about health care, so let's talk a little more health care right now. You have made many promises on health care. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for health care, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do you do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They are overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market because, frankly, the Liberals blocked exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been a steadfast, Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. You know, in my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has been.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine, and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country, with the threat of Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system, is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, you know, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut health care at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. We can't do that.
We will not cut transfers for healthcare. We will not cut healthcare spending, full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney, today, or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th, the one that repeated again that he would cut spending? Who do we believe?
If I may, consistently said we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, including, I won't detail them all, but there. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Monsieur Blanchet. I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. Good. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also to propose to you all guys that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after crisis, but also, but in all seriousness,
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'll
that's
come.
Not very
but I'm
respectful.
coming. I'm coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I will. Okay. I come to the core.
On jase.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come to the core. Look, in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring the country along with you. So what I did in the first week was to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders, and move forward in that context. Now the question is, who's going to lead out of this? Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with Labour, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And if I make this last point, one of the things that has happened, which is a credit to those people at home, is that Canadians are coming together. And it's our responsibility to meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lagging. I have one small point to make. Yep. You will be elected, if you are elected, in a parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilievre, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once, even if I proposed it so many times. But you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in a parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you. But this is democracy, which you don't know too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the world right now.
Before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about the status of our healthcare system, to Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients who are stressed out. If you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, The one today or the one who spoke on Freebie shows and said he would
Mr.
cut?
Thing, I
Vote for
think,
New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our health care.
I think your
we will
supporters
never let
would really
anyone
like
cut
to
it.
hear what you have to say about this question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
The only people voting for Singer Health.
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas, and more importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible Liberal policies, of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada
people,
first.
Mr.
People
Singh,
come
please,
from
go
countries
ahead.
from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages. Resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran, the Iranian sponsors in this region. We have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people. And this is what is being done very often in Canada, in Quebec, with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in this segment, Mr. Poilievre.
This is about crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. That has caused housing shortages, job shortages,
Don't blame immigration
and healthcare
for the fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did not
I
invest
didn't
in
interrupt
housing,
you. I did not
built
interrupt
6
you,
homes.
sir. I did not
That's
interrupt
wrong.
you.
Don't blame.
I do not blame.
Your
If I could,
Let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is crazy. We have to get back to normal levels of immigration, get rid of the fraud in the temporary immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. That is our time for this segment.
Shut up, Singh.
Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the leader's choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader. You can then debate the answer, and each one on one will last for 3 minutes. So, Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who do you want to ask your question of?
Mr. Carney.
Go for it.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. As chair, you approved decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up affordable homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rates. As Prime Minister, one of the first things you did was a tax cut that helped out mostly millionaires. And you have a plan to cut services for people. Now, I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a Conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Singh. I'm on the side of Canadians. I'm in this for Canadians. I work for Canadians.
But your track record doesn't show that, though.
No, I have a track record of public service for this country. Go back to something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is have I resolved any crises? We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis in Quebec. Yeah,
you won't have fun.
Good, but
60 million.
But I'm in fairness with Mr.
This is for these two.
Yes, I have had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity, and it brings me with experience that I can apply in this moment of crisis.
And you certainly have served the country. But the problem is who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodged taxes. And then your decisions as Prime Minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So what have we done as a government directly? So we've gone directly to workers using all of our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in industries.
The employment insurance isn't
unlike others who plan to use them to cut taxes. We are focused on
the EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
there will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that so far, though.
Well, I can't. You couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
You could have increased the amount, though.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers in the trade. And that's why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force Liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time. Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite I would say, skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh. But first, let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision, $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, you have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a green investment fund. But we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry. That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way. And Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billion. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets, as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Well, the first thing is, I want to say a word about, I'll say a word about Brookfield. You know, this is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, developer of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That is teachers. That is firefighters. It is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now, always acted with integrity, served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
So
I have followed all the rules well in advance.
Let's reveal your assets like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why don't you tell Canadians and Quebecers what you own?
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Poiliev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be?
Mr. Carney. But if I could begin by setting the stage. The choice in this election is, after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, do we want to elect them to a fourth term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new Conservative government. Because Mr. Carney is not change. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd of 2021, you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government, to print money, which led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believed they'd never be able to own a home in the first place.
This is really good.
Now, in retrospect, that you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take, will you look at the camera in the eye and apologize to the many people who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
You know, I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying you were his economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that advice.
It's on the Liberal Party website.
Sorry.
Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation, inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here?
You were the economic advisor to Justin Trudeau that gave us the worst inflation that we have had in a generation, because the policies that you implemented and those of the MPs that are still in your ministry.
To the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time. Mr. Carney.
Way to steal it back
Good news
here.
is the next question is yours.
Well, I'm going to ask myself.
Shut him up and steal it back.
Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me, and it's troubling me because, we are in a very dangerous and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question, Mr. Poilievre. Why not? We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is fundamentally changing its security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this. And in the context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance. We have our top secret security clearance. I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard, but I felt it was important that I had it so I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions at. And Mr. Poilievre, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, since you've had the opportunity to get your top secret security clearance, and you've refused. Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections, I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company. But the reality is, you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government, and I was able to speak freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign, and it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with the top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference. And
gentlemen, that is time for this segment. That's our time. Now, closing statements are still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds, please, on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question.
That may have won the election,
to the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it'd become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was, but some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again, I'll be quick. This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec, you speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important. A couple of things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you are worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, I believe, is now the only province with a carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we invite big emission companies, I don't know how to translate that, to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here, left to right again, and 30 seconds this time. Monsieur Poilievre, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister. Is that still the plan?
Yes, CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will ensure Canadians who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness,
He's already
transparency,
and not committing.
sustainability, and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of a international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Poilievre, who wants to cut it. And we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that. And selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet, kind of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada wants to do for itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner, and if Quebec is respected, Canada has nothing to fear from the Bloc because we vote for what is good for Quebec. It only has to be good for Quebec.
Thank you, Monsieur Blanchet. Now, we have one last question for each of you. We'll go right to left this time as I look at you. Bit of an offbeat question. Monsieur Blanchet, what is your biggest regret during this campaign?
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be, one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
Not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's a short campaign, and so I can't get to as many communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories, and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even if I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our health care, that we defend the values that we care so deeply about. We make my life more affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney, same question. Biggest regret of the campaign?
To be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country. And the opportunity and the responsibility that comes with it, of being with Canadians, hearing their stories, their challenges, drawing strength and ideas from them, and working to be part of the solution is the greatest honor of my life. But the regret is that it is also a big country, and it is a short period of time.
Mr. Poilievre, last word to you.
I actually agree with these two gentlemen. I had a rule that at all my rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of a flag and greet every single person and hear their stories and learn their struggles. And that was always touching to me, that they would put their faith in me or in any of us.
Yeah.
But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you to know out there, I haven't forgot about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. It is time now for closing statements, and prior to the debate, you drew lots as to which order we would go in. And Mr. Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly, thank you.
Keep saying I'm getting too old.
Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa, to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada, Canada, the things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country. And we're all going to stand up against Donald Trump. I'm ready. I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des Québécois. You have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight. 2 quick points before we go. Number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go, that's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advanced polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd. Make sure to check your voter card for details or contact Elections Canada. This is your democratic right, and we hope you use it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Montreal.
Okay, folks, we are now into the debate recap. Holy moly. Holy moly. I don't know who told Carney he could ask that question, but as soon as he started asking it, I think all of us were like, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is a gift. And Pierre, this is the answer of a 20-year politician. It almost feels like Carney sent him the question, like beforehand. That's what this feels like. It almost feels like he sent him the question. Unreal. And folks, that answer, there's tens of thousands of people that were watching this live, and there's going to be millions of people that are going to see that clip. That may have just won the Conservatives the election. That answer right there. Forget the campaign. Forget the rest of the questions. That may have just won Pierre the election. I can't even begin to say how stupid that was of Mark Carney. I really can't. It is unreal. I honestly think that was a Carney decision. That type of a decision is from a unseasoned politician. I think that came from ego. And here's the thing. At the end of that, when Carney tried to kind of recover, he tried to kind of bring it back to, well, you know, India and that talking point, but he ran out of time and he completely fumbled it. I don't know what he expected Pierre Poilievre to say or do there. Maybe he expected that he had nothing to say. But holy moly. Pierre brought China back. He brought Carney's trip to China back. He brought Paul Chang back. He brought Breeder Ewan in there. Holy folks. Been holding that ace right there. Right there. And we've talked about all of this on Northern Perspective. Holy moly, folks. Okay. So I had to start at the end, unfortunately, because that was unreal. Unreal. Now, at the beginning of this, we had some people, and I understand why you're thinking this. We had some people asking, why is Yves Blanchette there? And I made the point on last night's stream and made the point again. We want Yves Blanchette there. Yves Blanchette is a very seasoned, very slick politician. He's the leader of the Bloc Québécois, unfortunately, a party that is a separatist party and a party that we disagree with most of their opinions. But you wanted him there because you wanted an attack dog that was going to go after Carney and expose his crap. Pierre can't do it all because that just validates the opinion that the mainstream media gives him. That's what that does. So you had Blanchette there only going after Mark Carney in like 95% of the cases. He said a couple things about the Conservatives, but virtually all of it was at Carney. So he brought up Brookfield, he brought up the tax havens. Blanchette, considering English is a second language, aside from that one where he couldn't figure out the English word for sold, Blanchette did really, really well. Really well. Singh, I fail to understand Jagmeet Singh. I fail to understand him and the NDP. His strategy was attack everybody. And I really don't know. I don't know what the point of it was. And his strategy was also, I'm speaking to healthcare workers. That's who's going to vote for me. I don't think Jagmeet Singh understands how many healthcare workers there are in this country, but there's not enough to elect you to be prime minister. So, sucks to be you, Jagmeet. He had some good points against Carney, but then he almost ruined it with his other rhetoric. And he was the yappy Chihuahua in this case. I thought I saw Francois Philippe Champagne on the stage for a minute, but it was Jagmeet Singh. And he just kept trying to interrupt Pierre. You're not going to rattle Pierre by doing what you're doing. Why? Because Pierre has served in federal parliament longer than you have. And he's debated since he was a young man. He doesn't get rattled like that. So that was that. Now, the interesting thing is the first question was what to do against Trump. Pierre's response was unleashing energy, while at the same time reminding Canadians that the Liberals left our economy in this position in the first place. Whether or not Canadians believe it, that's going to be the question. But that's one of the main points to drive home, is the reason we are in this weakened position and are in this spot where Donald Trump brings these tariffs and it puts us in such economic hardship is because of the state that the Liberals have left us. So that was good, and I was hoping later in the debate that he would illustrate how, and he kind of got to that, which was good. And he really had a good attack on Carney when it comes to the pipelines. So that was excellent. Carney kept saying, well, I've only been here a month. And then he tries to lay out a plan, and then Pierre Early kept interjecting, but he was still composed. That was the good thing about Pierre early on, is he kept trying to interrupt Mark Carney, not the same way Jagmeet Singh was, but he was just calmly trying to do it, which is good. That was the key. He needed to remain calm this whole time. Next, Jagmeet made a really good point when he went after Carney about, the first thing that you did is you went to Europe. Like, Donald Trump's the problem, and you went to Europe without a mandate, and you tried to make a coalition with people with no mandate. You're a caretaker prime minister. So you keep saying, well, the biggest crisis is Donald Trump, but I'm not going to talk to Donald Trump. I'm not even going to address Donald Trump. So that was actually a really good point by Jagmeet. Blanchette, attacking Carney's statements, English, he says, yes, we're going to build pipelines everywhere. It doesn't matter. And then when he went on that Quebec talk show, he famously said, oh, well, but we won't impose it on Quebec. Well, you can't have one or the other. So which is it? So that was great that Blanchette came out for that. And also on old age security, that was really, really slick of Blanchette when he was asked about that. How are you going to pay for it? He was asked. Well, Blanchett asked, Brookfield has been using tax havens and robbing Canadians of tens of billions of dollars in taxes. So that's going to be one thing to go after, is get rid of the tax havens, and you will unleash billions of dollars of taxes by closing these loopholes for these companies. And dragged Carney into it and pointed out that, Carney keeps saying, oh yeah, I'm here to help Canadians. Meanwhile, you've been helping corporations avoid paying taxes to Canada. And who ends up paying for it? We do, the Canadian people. Excellent. Excellent there. Pierre went after Carney linking his housing promises to Trudeau. And he's right, because it was almost the same script verbatim that Trudeau was saying back in 2015. Oh, we're going to double this, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. Never mind the fact that Justin Trudeau famously, I think it was last year, in the summer, right when he had that big Band-Aid on his head, he said, housing has not been traditionally, the jurisdiction of the federal government. Okay, well, then why have you been promising to build houses for 8 to 9 years at that point? So that was good, because he reminds all the Liberal voters, do you remember that guy? You remember that guy you hated? Do you remember he made the same promises? And he's hoping some of these people be like, oh yeah, this sounds very, very familiar. So if the same promises have been made for 10 years, why are you going to continue to believe them? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 4 times, I don't know what to say. And Blanchett had a gut punch when he went after Mark Carney on his experience. And Mark Carney tried to say, oh, if you ask any economist in Quebec and anywhere else, they'll say that I'm the one that was responsible for getting us out of 2000. And Blanchett was like, really? Have you talked to anybody? I don't know if a lot of Canadians picked up on that, but it was a great, it was a great retort, because it completely indicted him. And Pierre, what we noticed is, because one of the strongest motivators in Canada right now, as we all know, is the affordability crisis. That is the biggest problem in Canada right now. So Pierre brought it back to that whenever he could. And even though immigration was off the table, it wasn't in the discussion, it was nice to hear both Yves Blanchett and Pierre bring that into the discussion. They didn't want to let people forget about it, and I think Pierre even brought it twice when he was talking about the Century Initiative, telling Canadians that Carney and the Liberals want to drive up the Canadian population to 100 million, which is a huge problem. So that was excellent. And when he was asked about the question of the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system, it was a great pivot, because he pivoted it back to the failed Liberal crime policies and even cited examples. So that was really, really slick for him to do that. The notwithstanding clause, excellent answer by Pierre, cited real examples, tough on crime, and indicted it. And when Carney had said, that's dangerous thing to do, immediately Pierre starts writing something down. I'm like, I know exactly what he's writing down. Is that it's dangerous to actually let these people back on the streets. And sure enough, a couple minutes later, Pierre just nailed him to the wall with that. So that was excellent. You saw the skill in debating from Pierre just on display today. Very, very good. And Yves Blanchett as well. Both of them. They did so well. Carney was asked, what's the biggest national security threat? He says, China. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with him, but I don't believe that he believes that. And I don't think anyone who actually understands the ties that he has to China, that he's been trying to build with China for the last 10 years, I don't think anyone believes that either. So that was rich. And then Pierre brings back the export argument again when faced with the question of climate change and oil and gas. So very, very strong argument. He made the same one last night, so it wasn't surprising that he brought it up again for all the English viewers to hear. So phenomenal that he brought that in. Very, very strong argument. And it was great to see Pierre going after Carney on his industrial carbon tax. Again, linking it back to the pocketbook. Talking, a lot of the language that he used when he was talking about the any of these points, and when he was talking about affordability, it was very emotional language. And he was targeting who? He was targeting women, because that's who he needs to win over, right? A lot of the women that are considering voting Liberal right now, everyone who's already decided to vote Conservative, you know better. But the women that don't know Pierre, haven't heard him speak, have constantly been told he's a mean, scary guy and he's just like Trump. What they heard was a leader that sounds like he gets it. Sounds like he understands the challenges that you're going through. Carney didn't say any of that. Not at all. But Pierre sounded like he actually understood. He spoke softly. He spoke emotionally, empathetically, and I think he did a great job there. The question is that going to resonate with that demographic? It'll resonate with some of them, for sure. The most important part that I will say about this debate is, because at the end of these, each of these leaders has to ask the question, based on my performance, did I gain any voters, and did I lose any voters in these demographics? So I'm seriously trying to think for all of these leaders what the answers to those questions are. I think Yves Blanchette may have picked up some more votes in Quebec based on his performance. I think he picked up some French voters last night and some English voters today. So in the pockets of Quebec where there's predominantly English bilingual voters versus French, I think he did well on both fronts. Depends on, you don't want to vote for the separatists, but the good news is I think Yves Blanchette understands that he needed to really dial down the separatist rhetoric. That's what I got from him. He wasn't saying Quebec needs to separate and all of this stuff. What we kept hearing from Yves Blanchette was partnership. Was that we want to help do the best for all Canadians. Why? Because he understands that if there was a referendum held tomorrow, not that a referendum is the be-all, end-all of Quebec separating, but if there was a referendum tomorrow, Quebec's not going anywhere. They're not going to vote for that. So he pivoted his message to one of cooperation and sure, let's work with the rest of Canada. So that was very, very, very good. That will allow any potential Liberal voters in Quebec to believe it's safe voting for the Bloc and that the Bloc is not going to be pushing for separation. So that was really, really solid. And I think he did a great job in undercutting Carney, standing up for Quebec from his perspective, and demonstrating that it's not a bad vote to vote for the Bloc. When it came to Jagmeet Singh, oh my goodness. I don't think he can lose any more votes than he already has. The problem is we want Jagmeet Singh to get more votes. Not from the Conservatives, not from the Bloc, but from the Liberals. He was terrible. He was terrible. If not for Carney's question, I would say that Jagmeet Singh had the worst performance. Overall, Carney did better than Jagmeet Singh in this debate tonight, discounting that security question. But the security question, he essentially handed Pierre the nuclear launch codes. Like, that's what happened there. So I don't know. I don't know what Jagmeet was thinking. This is why all this time, when we were trying to analyze what the NDP strategy was, even NDPers didn't know what it was. it just comes down to Jagmeet Singh is a terrible politician. He is awful. Probably one of the worst party leaders in the history of Canadian politics. And we're taking Michael Ignatieff into that conversation as well. It is unreal how terrible he did in this debate. He made a couple of good points, but when it actually visually feels like he's doing this, you can't even follow what he's trying to say and what point he's trying to make. So he didn't act respectfully. So he needed votes. I don't think he got any, unfortunately. Now, when it comes to Mark Carney, I think his elitism, I think we all saw it. I think it spilled out even more today. Especially that remark with the moderator after Yves Blanchette was saying, well, you need to work with all of us, if you become prime minister. And then Mark Carney says, oh yeah, of course, everyone will be invited. And Steve, you can come too. That's really belittling to the moderator. He probably thought he was, being funny, but that was really belittling. And Blanchette called him on it, and I'm glad that he did. And I think that came as a result of getting rattled by all the other party leaders, because they kept interrupting him. And I hope Canadians see this. He let them interrupt him. The biggest pushback you saw from Carney was when Poilievre started to go back at him, and I think this was on the pipelines. Can't be 100% sure, but it was near the end, and Carney tried to keep talking, but he couldn't do it. He submitted. He intellectually and orally submitted to Pierre, continuing to talk over him. And what that shows people, consciously or subconsciously, is he cannot stand up to Pierre. And he can't stand up to any of the other politicians as well. So what Pierre showed tonight is that he was the dominant top dog in that debate. He was, and Yves Blanchette, very close second. But Pierre just blew him away. So back to the question, did he win votes or lose votes? I don't know if he won any new votes. It depends on how scared he made some people. Because there's going to be a bunch of swing voters that are seniors. There's going to be some swing voters in their 30s and 40s. I don't think there's any swing voters in the younger demographic. But I think that Mark Carney did a lot of damage. Because remember, as we said yesterday, a lot of people have not heard Pierre speak. The English voters that were looking at the live stream last night, you're hearing it through a translator, so you don't get to really hear it. But they heard Pierre today, and they heard Carney today, and they watched Carney today. He kept doing this, first, second, third, and it gets tiring after a while. This is boardroom speak. I've seen it many times. And what Mark Carney is used to is when he starts speaking, everyone is quiet. Because in the boardroom, it's very rude, it's impolite, it's unprofessional to interrupt. But this isn't a boardroom. This isn't a company. This isn't a multi-billion-dollar corporation, Mr. Carney. This is a country. And this is politics. And that's a completely different arena. And one that he demonstrated tonight, he is not prepared for in any way, shape, or form. So when it comes to Pierre, I think he did literally all he could. I think he was flawless tonight. And I'm trying to be as objective as possible, folks. I think he was flawless. There's going to be people that disagree with his stance on Ukraine. That's okay. Because there's going to be people that believe that we should not be giving any funding or help to Ukraine. That's a position, and that's fine. The question is if that's the only thing you disagree with, do you agree with everything else that Pierre said? You have to ask that question. So that's going to be a voting point for a lot of people. Do I think we should be giving Ukraine money? No. But what Pierre has said, and I'm actually surprised that he didn't say it here, but he has said, he's on record as saying, is that what he wants to do is he wants to help Ukraine by giving Canadians jobs. What does he mean by that? He means what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Ukraine not money, because money can be mismanaged, money can be misspent, money can be abused. I'm going to be giving them hardware, I'm going to give them munitions. So what that means is I'm going to make sure that we manufacture munitions, hardware, and military equipment in Canada, giving Canadians jobs, giving Canadians paychecks, allowing us to become self-sufficient in terms of our military gear, and that's what we will give to Ukraine. And when he said that, I thought that was a really good way of doing it. So you're technically giving them capital, you're spending money to give it to Ukraine, but you're not actually giving them money. So that makes a lot of sense, because in helping Ukraine, you are putting paychecks into Canadians' pockets. That makes sense to me. May not make sense to everybody, and that's okay. But that makes sense to me. And then we can rebuild our own munitions, because we only have 3 days of munitions if a war were to break out today. So anyhow, so that was phenomenal, folks. But I got to come back to that security clearance. In what world? Because these questions are supposed to be checkmate questions, right? And the way Carney was kind of leading up, I'm like, what have you got? I'm not seeing where this is going. What have you got? And then when he started talking about the security clearance, I'm like, you will not ask that question. And then he did. And when he asked that question, you all saw me. I imagine I had a very similar reaction to the 24,000 people on this stream that were watching. Like, what are you doing? You silly, silly man. And here's the thing, folks. This is the way I look at it, but this isn't going to come across to a lot of Canadians that are not really paying attention to politics. And this is unfortunate, but this is really important. If you are going to make this type of gaffe in a leadership debate for an election, I don't want you talking to other leaders when it comes to national security. I don't want you talking to other leaders when it comes to the reputation that is already in tatters within the international community as it relates to the Canadian government. I do not want you talking to them. What other gaffes are you going to make? Because this was a massive one. Huge error and misjudgment. So that's that. But folks, this lived up. This lived up to the hype. That last question completely nailed it. And closing statements, I think Blanchette his landed well. I think Jagmeet Singh just didn't make sense. It was actually kind of pathetic. He's like, please vote for us. We know we've completely screwed everything up, and the main problems of this country are because we didn't kick the Liberals out of government. And Carney's was, he tried to be professional. He regurgitated the same thing he has said during his whole campaign. And Pierre did somewhat the same thing, but again, it was more emotional. But their biggest regret, funny how all three other leaders wasted this opportunity, but Pierre, you actually heard him choking up. And, for those that don't think that Pierre gives a damn, and that he doesn't give a damn about these people, That showed me he was genuinely upset that he had to essentially stop his rule. And for those of you that haven't been to those rallies, he used to have this rule that he would stay as long as it took to meet and talk to every single person that came to see him. Because he knew some people drove 5 minutes to see him. Some people drove, in some cases, 2 to 3 hours to see him. But no matter how long it took somebody to see him, these people cared enough to show up. So he considered it his duty to wait and give these people all the time they needed. For those of you that were at these rallies, what you knew and what you saw was nobody in Pierre's staff was allowed to rush you out. So it wasn't like he was standing there and they were like, okay, 60 seconds, move along. They were not allowed to do that. And it's the Governor General, everybody. So he genuinely did care. But the problem is when you have 6,000 and 10,000 and 12,000 people showing up to your rallies, you can't. Because you have to move on to the next scheduled event that is literally either 2 or 3 hours from then, which is the time it would have taken to meet all these people, or you got to catch your plane and get to another province because you have a rally the next morning and it's 9 o'clock at night. So, anyway, let's get to the absolutely phenomenal contributions from everybody. And hopefully I am where I left off. And I'm not, which of course I'm not. So, just trying to find where I was prior to us starting here, folks, because I want to make sure that we get to these. Northern Perspective, we really appreciate every single contribution, because the trying not to get emotional here, many of the contributions that people give us, they can't afford to. So we consider it our job to ensure that we get to them. So, all right, I think I found where I was. So this is from Miss Thang. I love that sass in that name. For $10, the debate. Mark likes strawberries. Singh loves word salad. Quebec is separate and doesn't want you to forget it. Pierre wants to save Canada from the idiots. Choice is clear. Pierre 2025. You know what? Maybe I should have just read that. That could have been my easy summary. Thank you for that. Norm Kelly for $5. Ford is a chameleon. He will run for the Liberals. No, I think he wants to run for the Federal Conservatives at some point. And I think he wants to lead the Federal Conservatives, and I think he wants Corey to run his campaign, because they know better. Woody Doppelganger for $5. I am excited to fill my glass with Liberal tears at the advanced polls on Saturday. Aren't we all? And Trish Pearl for $2.79. This boomer is for Pierre, and so is my son. Excellent. And you got to wonder, all the actual Liberal voters watching the stream, watching Carney ask this question, going, oh no. Paul Poco for $2. Yahoo News French debate, 63% Pierre, 31% Mark Carney. Wow. That's interesting. Interesting that was the feedback. I assume that's the poll that Yahoo ran. Paula Park for $28. Just finished Dash M cooperates book. I'm assuming this is all autocorrects. Just finished Sam Cooper's, I imagine. Sam Cooper's book, Willful Blindness. Oh my God, eye-opening. Going to start Carney's book, Values, next. Yes, that's exactly what that says. Thank you so much for that, Paula. The obvious choice for $10. Did you see the CPC grilling the debate commission? They are PO'd that any independent media is able to ask questions. Yeah, it was actually quite disgusting, their stance on that. Like, what, just because you're CBC, you think you have the monopoly on asking questions? Amadeo Serrano for $2. Singh is bilingual. He speaks French and stupid. Well, he speaks he speaks English, French, and stupid. So he's trilingual, I think. Woody Doppelganger for $2. Singh doesn't stand for democracy. What an autocrat. I agree. Nicholas La Victoire. For 1 month, first milestone. Question for you. Do you think, strategically speaking, voting for the Bloc and Quebec Liberal ridings is better than a Conservative vote? It's a good question. It depends which riding, right? It depends which riding. You'd have to look at the history at that in that riding. What I would potentially do is I would look at what the polls were in January. You can do so on Wikipedia, and I would see where. Get one of the. If you drill down, you can get into some of the polling information from some of the pollsters. Potentially look at the riding that you're in. Might be a little difficult, but if you can see what the polls were in your riding, that should tell you. So if in January the Conservatives were still behind, and that was at their peak when we were able to rely on that data, I would vote for the Bloc. If they were ahead, I would vote for the Conservatives, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. And Paula Park for $28. And yes, she corrected her earlier super chat. Yes, let's fix that. Sam Cooper's book Will for Own Blyman is eye-opening. And I'm glad I'm not the only one that has troubles with my thumbs. Amadeo Serrano for $5. My puppy ate my Scrabble game. Now her poop makes more sense than sing. That's a good one. Gokodani for $5. Remember the drinking game. Rules 1, take a shot, drink every time Carney ahs. 2, keep poison control on speed. Yeah, even more needed tonight. Amadeo Serrano for $5. Sing is the reason there are instructions on a shampoo bottle and Tide Pods. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Sing is very clear. He wants you to be obedient and dependent on him while he lines his pockets. Well, and that's what communism does, right? Johnny D for $5 fired off an email to CPC about the press earlier. Happy to see you do a live stream. You and the missus do great work. Hope she's on the mend. Yes, she is. And thank you very much for that. Andrea Lobay, member for 12 months. Thank you so much. I want to thank you both so much. NP has opened my eyes to what is going on in our country. I'm no longer a sheeple. Garnet clip, please. Oh, sure. No problem.
What is it that you do?
There you go. And LMK for $10. Thank you for everything you do watching from New Brunswick. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. We visited New Brunswick 2 summers ago, I believe. Phenomenal province. Phenomenal province. And, or maybe it was last summer. I can't remember. If Tanya was here, she would let me know. She'll probably correct me in chat. Johnny D, member for $10. Do you think the RCMP document will make its way to the mainstream media? Keep up the great work. I know they've sent it to mainstream media, so they have it. Question is, what will they do with it? Peter Witten for $5. Good thing Jagmeet got birth control pills during law school. LOL. Yeah. Catherine English, member for 5 months. Wonder if betting sites are taking bets on how many O's and hmms. Carney says, well, the funny thing is you can bet on anything on the poly market, so that could be a bet if they wanted to. Woody Doppelganger, $5. Sing, you are done. I hope you lose party status. Christianophobia is not okay. No, it is not. It is absolutely not. And he definitely lost all of any Christian votes he may have had, but I don't think he had any. Marlene for $7. Singh is gaslighting Canadians about it. Healthcare. Pierre always talks about increasing it. Yes, and enabling healthcare workers to get back to work. So but this is it. This is all he has, right? This is all he has, and it's his own fault. Chris Van Baal for $5. This question about the Christian faith being attacked and Jagmeet brushing it off was incredibly painful and hurtful. Yeah, 100%. And just fluff it off and refuse to answer it. He was basically giving the middle finger to all Christians out there. Not cool. Elizabeth Chaffee for $4 and a lemon super sticker character waving goodbye, well, winking and sending a shooting star. Thank you so much for that. Amadeo Serrano for $5. Farmers use manure spreaders to spread BS. Liberals use CBC, CTV, Global, Toronto Star, Canadian Press. Rick Liard, member for 10 months. I watched yesterday's debate in French because I understand French original language is best, but tonight I will watch here because NP is my favorite channel. Hope you will keep up the good work even if you get a new job. Thank you very much. Northern Perspective isn't going anywhere, so don't worry about that. Laurie Dean for $14. Thank you very, very much for that. Lillian Wiggins gifting a Northern Perspective membership. Thank you. Goko Donnie for $10. When this is all over, you will never read or watch MSM again. They are ending their usefulness quicker than a meteor. The irony is that their demise will be by their own hands. LMAO. And Eddie Ray for $5. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Love the show. People at my work look at the polls. I say they are relevant right now. Just listen to the people. Yeah. Yeah. There's a town hall that was posted, and again, this was the equivalent to Carney's question today. And the liberal town hall, because all the candidates were there, says, okay, so I want to ask a serious question. Do any of you really think that Pierre is the best person to leave the country? And then the room erupted in cheers. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. So yeah, don't look at the polls, assume you're behind, and work your butt off. We still have a week and a half to go, folks. Get involved if you haven't been already. Make sure you have conversations with people. Point them to this debate. Johnny D gifting 1 membership. Thank you very much for that. Mike Stewart for $7. Buy 1984 for your kids while you can. I got my teenager's copy yesterday. Excellent book. Highly recommend it. It's up in our library. Our library of one shelf. Justin Brown for $7. There was your Kamala Harris The View moment. I hope everyone was paying attention to that answer and jump on it. Absolutely. Amadeo Serrano for $5. Thanks to the Liberals, I went to fill my car up and the car fainted. There you go. And probably set the planet on fire, right? According to Mark Holland. And Johnny D for $10. Thank you very much. The right-wing media should all lined up to question Carney and get all the questions, as this is when most Canadians will be watching, right? Mike McQuaker, welcome back to NP Supported. Thank you very much. We have Get Real Chick for $20. Last night, Jagmeet got very busy drinking water while the others were writing stuff before the debate started because he forgot to bring important looking props. He looked lost. Tonight he had a pen and paper. What a poser, right? It's probably just like playing tic-tac-toe. And Craig on the Prairie, member for 16 months. Missed the French debate yesterday as I was helping a friend move. I'm excited to be here tonight. Found out a good friend has been watching NP a lot lately, so shout out to Dax. Get better soon, Tanya. Stay awesome, NP Nation and Ryan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And hello, Dax. Kiefer Robertson for $5. Time to shine, NP Nation. The Carnival Crush is going to be epic. Count the and ums from Carney. And by the way, I think we had almost 10 times the viewers of Global News. Sorry, Global. Not One Tinker's Dam for $20. Thanks, Ryan and Tanya, for all the research, through explanations, and interviews you do. Your honest and educated information have made me more informed and much more interested in Canada's politics at this critical election. Thank you. Thank you very much. It means a lot to us, what we do. We take it very seriously. And you know, there's going to be people out there that are showing you a lot of different things, but if they don't show you where they're getting this information from, question it. If we don't show you where we're getting our information from, question us. Question it. Make sure you're getting the right information. We get a lot of emails from people that see certain things, they're shown certain things, and they say, is this true? If you don't trust it, maybe it shouldn't be trusted. So just consider that. And Nexera, member for 8 months. Love it. I'm going to ask Serrano for $5. If brains were gasoline, Carney couldn't run a Nats go-kart 2 laps around a Cheerio. Well done. Al, member for 12 months. Get him, Pierre. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Carney pointing out that your lack of experience and I have onlys doesn't help your campaign, shows how unqualified you are. Yes, I agree completely. Game changer for $5. Bring it home. I'm 37 years old and have the flexibility to move out of this country. If Pierre isn't elected, I'm out. Amadeus Serrano for $2. If Singh keeps interrupting, give him the big toe. Yeah. Goko 90 for $5. Carney is a snake oil salesman. He keeps throwing us the carrot, but we all know if he gets in, we will only ever get the stick. Get him, Pierre. I agree with that. And Casper H, great to see you, gifting 10 memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. Jennifer Peterson for $14. I wish Trump wasn't in Canada so much, right? Seems like he's always here. It's all that Carney can talk about. And he's like, oh, it's the biggest crisis of our lifetime. Shut up. If this is the biggest crisis of our lifetime, then you've lived a very sheltered... Oh, wait, you have. You haven't even lived in this country for 20 years. Jennifer Peterson, member for 2 months. Like and subscribe. Thank you very much for that. And Monica Mills, member for 5 months. It might take 10 years to build pipelines, but you have to start or you have another lost 10 years of getting nothing done. And that's the big thing, right? You don't not do something because you can't get them done quickly. If that was the case, none of these rich people would invest in anything. So you better start now because it's going to take time to get it done. And Blanchette actually made one very poor assumption. He seems to think Trump is a bad leader in the United States. Let's just take him at his word. Fine. But he's assuming, he said that, well, this is going to be, he's a bad leader and someone better will follow. How do you know that? How do you know that? You don't. And because you don't, we have to start big projects now. Big projects take a long time. And as long as they're good projects and they're strategic projects, when they're done, you will be glad you started them 8 to 10 to 15 years down the road. Theorica for $10. Smash that like button like a liberal staffer at a conservative convention. Okay, come on. Let's not encourage violence for liberals. Let's go. Suna Soul Silver for $5. Moom going to the grocery store on a Maserati. Singh is gaslighting us again, right? Give me a break. Ray McClellan for $5. 16,000 people in here. Only 8,700 liked. Come on, gang. And Ken Bowers for $20. I wonder how many times Carney will say fundamentally in this debate. Well, he said catalyzing a lot and catalytic. So we should have had a catalytic counter. To me, fundamentally is a word used in theoretical statements, not in actual solutions. Possibly. But he likes using these types of words to show people how smart he is. Vocabulary is not a predictor of intelligence, and I think we all know that. R.C. Lemereau for $2. Lower the cost of housing. Deport. Platinum Sniper for 15 months. Just finished my 3-day stint volunteering at the military advanced polls at my base. Excellent. Gave me great insight into the process. It was a great experience. Love it. Awesome. And Gokodani for $2. Marx would be epic proud. Yeah, Karl Marx. And Dan H for $10. I remember in the 90s, Mike Harris used the look at the camera and therefore the electric tactic during debates. Hopefully the same strategy pays off for Pierre as well. And he did a lot of that. Anima, member for 10 months. We went to we want to own homes, not rent them. Crooked Carney, right? That's and Carney's plan does not have people owning homes. Doesn't. Theorica, member for 9 months. Carney will definitely treat us like cattle. Cattle-izing us, his favorite word. Excellent pivot there. Jay English for $5. Maybe when Quebec starts caring about the rest of Canada will give a crap about Quebec. Amadeus Serrano for $5. Conservatives believe in God, but liberals and Singh think they are God. That's true. That's very true. Jib Salisbury for $2.79. Be quiet, Singh.
You will be destroyed!
And he was. And we have Gokodani for $5. The Maple Marxist Party strikes again. JS is a goof. Yeah. And Singh sounds like a child screaming for attention. That was Woody Doppelganger for $2. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not the only one that kind of got that impression. He was all over the place. Look at me. Well, I haven't been relevant this entire campaign because I didn't even have any rallies. Only 12 people would show up, and they're my staffers. Animal for $5. Does Singh think constantly interrupting everyone else is a good look? He's an entitled child, so frustrating. Well, and this is the thing. This has been what the media has been trying to paint Pierre as. And Jagmeet's doing that. So in a way, I think it was actually good, because they're like, well, wait a minute. We were told Pierre's supposed to be doing this. And Pierre's just sitting there, not interrupting. He interrupted Carney, but not in a Chihuahua kind of way. Randy Albert for $20. Way to go, Pierre. Stop the pink bunny and the tax skipper. Ken Bowers for $10. Why is Singh being such a kiss ass to Carney? I was wondering partway through, I'm like, okay, so did they now talk before this? Because it felt like Pierre and Blanchette had a truce yesterday. But then I think Singh remembered, oh, I actually have to go off Carney because he has my votes. So again, I don't know what Singh was doing. Woody Doppelganger for $5. No, Carney, it is you and Singh that are in danger, the danger, not Trump, right? The crisis of Carney. Phoenix Kin for $2. Blanchette officially wins Best Wingman Award. Wow, right? It's phenomenal. And Christian for $10. You're banning them from law-abiding citizens, not criminals, and they don't care about your laws. Yeah, Carney didn't tie that together at all with his whole, gun ban thing. He's saying, well, we need to ban the guns, but they're all coming over the border criminally. Okay, so your gun ban is going to do what? Take them away from law-abiding citizens. Viking P for $2.79. Who is voting Pierre? I think the chat probably overwhelmingly answered that. It's a good story, though, for $5. Notice how the moderators won't allow Carney to say anything about what Blanchette is calling out suspicious. Notice how the moderators won't allow Carney to say anything about what Blanchette is calling out. I think it actually looked worse on Carney. I do. Because that means he doesn't get a response. So the fact that the moderator was doing that hurt Carney. That didn't help him. Viking P for $2.79. Who wants to mute Singh? Yeah, it was nice. It would have been nice. But again, I think that helped contrast him and Pierre. I think that really helped Pierre that Singh was doing that. Woody Doppelganger for $5. I can feel Pierre's empathy and the Liberal and NDP apathy. Pierre is my prime minister. I agree. Rob Says for $5. I'm not going to lie. Blanchette makes good points. I just cannot get behind what he stands for now. If the Liberals get elected, well, and that's it. I think in the possible case of a conservative minority government, I think Blanchette is saying, I think he was kind of saying there, Pierre, you may have a partner. Now, we may not like that they may have to partner with Quebec, but they may have to if it's a minority government. Certainly don't want them partnering with the NDP or the Liberals. Woody Doppelganger for $2. Carney's body language says it all. PP for PM. Yeah, he was solid. D. McClellan for $7. There is only one choice. Pierre. Liberals have to go. Great working NP. Thank you. Thank you very much. Redbeard Crypto for $2.79. Did you all early vote? I guess the chat answered that. And Randy Albert for $10. All I hear is more money spent and thrown at the problem. Stop spending Canadian taxes. We need to control our debt. Yes, we do. And Carney's silly rhetoric about, well, we're going to balance. And even the moderator fell into it. Well, you said you're going to balance the budget. No. The whole budget is OPEX plus CAPEX. Operational expense plus capital expenditure. That is your budget. Carney can't just say, well, we're going to balance the operational budget. And that fools everybody. Completely fools people that are not understanding of what corporate budgets actually mean. Because what Carney has said is that he's going to reduce the operational budget and increase the capital budget. Well, then you're not balancing the budget then, are you? Cass for $10. I believe Carney is wearing his Order of Canada pin. Yes, he is. While Pierre wears the flag. There's the difference for you. One cares about himself and his accomplishments, the other our country. Yeah, we noticed that as well. And that is a very, very good point to bring up. What Carney wants to show is, I'm prestigious. I'm elite. Look at my pin. And Pierre just wants you to see, I'm here for Canada. Forget my accomplishments. Forget what I've done. I'm here for Canada. Let's put Canada first. And it is really good with his message. I'm going to have Serrano for $5. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and walks like a duck, Liberals will tell you it's a squirrel. A squirrel? Really? Where? Randy.
Randy! Have you been hanging out with Randy?
Woody Doppelganger for $5. A voting Liberal is like accepting a phone call from your abusive gaslighting ex and believing them, right? Gasolarian for $5. I think under pressure, he just said the quiet part out loud. Carney admits it's China and he is helping them, right? Because at one point he says China is the biggest threat to national security, but then he keeps talking about, well, we have to partner with Asia. Well, what's the biggest economy in Asia? It's not Japan. It's not the Philippines. It's not Taiwan. It's China. So, hello. And we have, get that in there. Sophia 6547 for $5. Why did Carney say our biggest threat is China? I mean, it very well might be, but is he trying to do a reverse, I think he's it's funny because he wants to say Trump, but he can't because that's going too far. So he has to say China. And I think that is also him trying to counter what was in the media, as little as it was. But what a lot of people are thinking of him is that he's very, very friendly with China. So that's my guess. And John Soper, consultations are delayed tactics. Right, and that's what Bill C-69 is all about. Like, to be blunt, Bill C-69 doesn't say you cannot build pipelines. Why Pierre and all of these organizations say it's the anti-pipeline law is because it requires so much consultation that it takes so long that companies give up. You can't have companies in limbo for 20 years waiting for a frickin' permit for a project. So, Randy Albert for $10. Carney started the crisis. We need Pierre, we need Pierre, we need Pierre, we need Pierre. Yes, we do. And Kirsten for $5. Liberals didn't even give their indigenous clean drinking water that they promised 10 years ago. Liars. Yeah, what they did is they made a holiday and they implemented land acknowledgements. Like, how much more disrespectful can you get? And yet they'll say, we've done so much work on reconciliation. Couch Operator 1 for $2.79. Thank you very, very much for that. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Block Leader better not be driving a car that needs gas. Pompous jerk in that regard. Yeah, he's a little much on that. Damian McNeil for $10. I really wish Carney would forget how to say the word fundamentally and 3 quick points. And he has more than 1 month of experience. He has been running the Liberals for like 5 years. Right. First thing. Second thing. 3 points. One more thing. Finally. Guy. Theorica for $5. Where is Fergus's mute button when we need it? Jagmeet is terrible. Yeah. And Mike Stewart for $2.79. Z gonna be so mad at Cody. Yeah, he's probably not gonna be too happy with him. We have Amadeus Serrano for $5. Liberals seem to think cars and trucks run on fairy dust and unicorn urine. Apparently. And planes. Don't forget planes. Ken Bauer's dropping 10 memberships. Thank you very much for that, Ken. Joshua Smith for $14. Does Jag not understand that his biggest threat in this election is Carney? That's where his base went. Why put all your effort into attacking Pierre? He will not sway any conservatives. And that's the bizarre thing. That's why I think he's just terrible. He's an inept politician. I don't think there's any agenda behind Jagmeet. I think he just sucks. And I think we saw that. Gokodani for $2. Commie's got commie. Color me shocked. Not. Diane Sylvain for $5. Carney said China is the biggest threat, yet our great trading partner where net zero is not even agreed to. And R. Nefzig for $2.79. Liberals outside interference by WEF and China. Amadeus Serrano for $5. Give Singh a pack of Imodium. He has verbal diarrhea. I was going to say something gross, but I'm not going to because there's children watching. And Next Era for $7. Having Jagmeet at the debate is like having a little baby constantly crying at a movie. Viking P for $2.79. Why tax everyone? Why not fine major polluters? The issue is if you find the major polluters, they will get that money back from you. So they actually don't. They are never penalized. That's the problem. Because they will get that money back from you at some point. Royal Mabel 909 for $2. Thank you very, very much. And our NAFSEG for $2.79. Canada needs to ban the WF and WHO. Mike Stewart for $2.79. Someone show Carney the AQICN maps. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Responsible partner block. I hear nothing about supporting or respecting the rest of Canada. Yeah, it was a little too much of, well, you have to respect us, but we don't have to respect you, or you're not allowed to do anything with us. But why did you give these guys $2 billion and not us? Okay, well, you can't have it both ways, Quebec. And this is what ticks everybody off. Sean for $10. When will Singh finally stop pretending and cross over to the Liberals? Rose says for $5, how do you know when a socialist is lying? His mouth is open and his lips are moving. Mike Dell for $20. Thank you very much. A video game controller throws a facepalm tantrum in between the words rage quit, right? And Doodlebug for $5. I don't agree with Pierre on Ukraine. That is not our war. I agree with defunding Putin by taking Europe's demand for Russian oil, but not the funding. Yep, and a lot of people agree with you on that. A lot of people agree. Wiffer says S for $14. Have to admit it was comical to hear Carney contradict himself at times. Yes, it was. And Métis Viking for $2. Hey guys, look at me. I'm irrelevant. We're starting to get close to where Carney asked his questions. I'm curious as what people wrote. Ravisays for $2. Did Carney just attempt to bribe the moderator? No, he didn't. Kyle Mundy, member for 9 months. Pierre the Block and 2 Liberals by the sounds of it. J.N. Palladino for $2 with a Shiba Dog super sticker shaking his body from left to right surrounded by red hearts. Gotta love it. Thank you very much for that. Galazarian for $2. Jagmeet is destroying the NDP to help the Liberals. I don't see how it benefits Jagmeet though. R. Nafzig for $2.79. RCMP said 8 China people and 90% WEF in the Liberals. My mouse. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Singh, your treatment of Christians and Christianophobia and controlling speech is disgusting. Let's remove his party status. They just need a different leader. Like, Tom Mulcair wasn't like this. Jack Layton wasn't like this. Jagmeet Singh is like this. And the NDP voters, the NDP party, will not forget. He's done. He's done as leader. Kyle Mundy for $2. Is Tanya okay? She hasn't moved in an hour. She's very good at that. Rose says for $5. It's just me that is expecting Carney to turn and hiss at the others, turn into a bat and fly out of there every time he's challenged. Yet you get these like looks of he's just mad, right? He was not happy that whole debate. 5W for $5. Carney is the embodiment of an HR leadership course, from his condescending tone to his fake thoughtfulness. There's someone who's worked in corporations. At Sumo 100 for $5. Is Carney a bigger narcissist than JT? Holy crap, that statement. Yes, he is. Jarsha for $2. Blanchette is an assassin tonight. I love it. Yeah, he did well. He did really well in that debate. Angel H for $20. Thank you for covering this. You and Tanya are fantastic. Pierre Poilievre needs to win. Our country needs him. Yes. Yes, I agree. Megaman Zero for $5. 3 narcissism type. Vulnerable, self-victimizing, compulsive, diminishing others, JT. Fake, grandiose, Carney. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Stop bragging, Carney, and start answering the bloody questions. Will you reveal your assets? Right? That was really, really good trap question by Blanchette, and Carney avoided it like the plague. Oh, I've more than complied. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. More than complying would be revealing your assets now. RNFSIG for $2.79. The moderator needs to kill Jagmeet's microphone. And Kendall for $14. Thank you, Ryan and Tanya, for everything you do. You are a national treasure to Canadians. We're glad you think so. Thank you. Whiffers SS for $7. Pensioners may benefit, but they still have to pay Canadian taxes. Brookfield moving its HQ to NYC won't. Right? Woody Doppelganger for $2. Carney defensiveness cements my vote for Pierre. Animal Friends for $5. Alberta is strong and most importantly, free. Yeah, we have Doug Ford in Ontario. Gerard Ruttenbach for $14. I fear that Pierre didn't do as well as he should have today. Oh, this must have been before. This is actually excellent. This happened, I think, probably 5 minutes before that last statement. Gerard, I hope he sent in another super chat later. He should have become the pit bull again as he is in the house. This was not great. And Gokodani for $2. Tell us how you really feel, Pierre. Wow. That question just lost. Yeah, it was right after. Sean Lefty Legend, that question just lost the Liberals the election. Yippee! Woody Doppelganger for $2. Carney may have just sank his chances. Boom. Yeah, here we go. Happened exactly at 8:46 p.m. Mr. Roscoe Pico, member for 17 months. Thank you for doing this. You are very welcome. Amadeus Serrano for $2. Z. Jin Carney just got mugged, right? He's probably thinking this again.
I guess my appearance at committee is not going very well today.
Times 100. Lazarus for $5. Carney really brought up the security clearance. Let's see CBC try and swing that around for Carney, right? DE for $2.79. Thank you. No, thank you. Peter Whitten for $5. Wow, Pierre just won. Awesomeness is happening now. Let's bring it home. Guaranteed. There's watch parties all over the country at campaign offices. Everyone would have been cheering at that point. Selby for $2.79. PP8 and left. No crumbs, Mr. Speaker. And shout out to the Ned Curick watch party happening in Hamilton East Stony Creek and the Dan Muse watch party happening over in St. George. Awesome campaigns that have been running at this point. And I'm not sure if all the other ridings like Emily Brown and Connie Cody, Kelly DeRitter, Ron Chisner, and Dean Allison, and all of the rest of them. I'm not sure if you guys are running watch parties, but just great campaigns all in this region. And Hayden Christensen, Hamilton Center. Hopefully you can take down Mr. Matthew Green. Chris Van Bommel for $5. Ryan, you, everyone watching this, and myself were probably all lifting our jaws off the floor. Yeah, I know. I looked up and saw my jaw. It was down. What do you say? What do you say to that? Alan Bowerly for $10. How to lose an election. Answer. Watch Carney's debate. How the devil did his staff let him ask that question in debate prep? Right? Because they knew they were going to get that. Unreal. Just me Nicole for $5. As you have said all along, Ryan, let him speak and he will sink himself. LOL, mic drop for Pierre, right? This is why Carney has been hiding as much as he could during this election. Kickin' Blue for $5. Thank goodness Pierre finally spoke explicitly about a security clearance and brought up China to Carney, which he couldn't be explained away. Well, the thing is like Pierre has talked about this. And he said this many times. The mistake was that the Paul Chang situation would have been covered, most likely, in that NSICOP briefing. So the fact that happened during this campaign, that was Pierre's ace in his pocket. Because he wouldn't have been allowed to talk about Paul Chang at all. At all. So, why would you do that? Peter Whitten for $5. Singh, Eve, and Carney are all in awe of Pierre's brilliance. Beautiful, yeah. Singh wasn't interrupting Pierre at that point, was he? He was just like, oh, snap. Oh, snap. Pierre went God mode and used the cheat code. Jade Sperry for $40. Thank you so much. LOL, Carney just shot himself in the foot. Did you see his face while Pierre was calmly answering him? And he had nada to say. What a gift. I think Pierre has done better last night just based on Carney's reaction. Yeah. Pierre could have said nothing that whole debate. And with that one question, win it. Don Bussarelli for $30. Thank you very much. I did a live count, and the final count was 116 from Carney. What a spectacular own goal. He scored all himself by bringing up security clearance. His arrogance got the best of him. Yep. Rick Liard for $10. Wow, this was pretty well choreographed to give the Conservatives a majority. We really need to keep a close eye on what is going on. Is there collusion between all parties for something? Jim H for $10. Boom, that was epic regarding the security clearance. That was a massive plus for Pierre and a massive win. Carney was nailed to the wall. Yes, he was. And Chris Van Bommel for $5. Security clearance, then tax avoidance, and dodges the question. Carney needs a life preserver, and no one's there to throw it. Nope. Megaman Zero for $2. Blanchette, our partner here is California. Yeah. Woody Doppelganger for $5. BS Block, you don't respect the rest of Canada. I don't believe you. Yeah, they got to show that first. Sean Lefty Legends for $7. You beat me to it, Ryan. Biggest mistake with that question. Yep. Coconut for $5. PSA, anyone following the drinking game rules should not be driving. I agree. BJ Magra for $20. Thank you for the question, Mr. Carnage. You just gave Pierre and the Conservatives a slam dunk. Vote the Liberals out, folks. Tell your friends it's going to take all of us. Yes, it is. Viking P for $2.79. Haha, I'm not driving. Hick. Love it. Just Me Nicole for $10. In case you didn't notice, we have 24,000 people watching. Congrats. Thank you. That is a Northern Perspective record. Quentin Montgomery for $7. Carney looks and sounds defeated. Yeah, after that. Diane Sylvain for $5. Carney does not manage crisis. He creates them to make money. Yes, he does. Craig Howlett, member for 11 months. Carney asking Pierre that question on security clearance was awesome. And Woody Doppelganger for $2. Carney can't manage a crisis. He is the crisis. All sorts for $14. My count is 444. Jester P, member for 1 month. Oh my God, this is the best debate I've ever watched. This is the best Pierre has ever been. You knocked it out of the park. Blue wave. We can hope. AL for $2. Tears in my eyes at Pierre's closing. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I'm going to Serrano. If you plan on voting for the Liberals or NDP, take your right hand and slap some sense in yourself. I can get behind that. Rabbit Sage for $2. Happy Easter, everyone. Yes, happy Easter, everybody. And Chris Winters for $5. I just wanted to say Northern Perspective had 4 times as many viewers as Rebel News did on their YouTube and Rumble streams combined, 22,000 versus 5. Best community right here. Lisa Conley for $2.79. Slam dunk for Pierre. Since I'm not sure what I imagine you meant since Mark Carney was so arrogant. I think that's what you meant. And Lori B for $2.79. Kaboom! You got it. Kuka Specialist for $20. The stars align and the gates have opened up to deliver that absolute gift. Yeah. Actually, it was Mark Carney's mouth that opened to give that absolute gift, and no doubt all of his staffers were sitting to the side saying this. Oh, come on! And Ivory Tart for $2. Questions post debate shut down. That's interesting. Rainman YYC for 2 months. Blanchette also highlights the need for a strong federal government to push resource development. Yes, 100%. Stephanie McDonald for $10. Thank you for hosting this and sharing with us. I deeply appreciate your commitment and love for our country, for us. So grateful for you. Thank you. Thank you. And we're grateful for all of you, because Northern Perspective is nothing without the people that watch it. So thank you from the deepest part of our hearts, both Tanya and I. Diane Sylvain for $2. Singh's strategy was to interrupt and be rude. Well, he succeeded in that. Quentin Montgomery for $7. Did Pierre his 1984 Brian Mulroney moment? I hope too. Jerry Savoy for $5. Last question. Mark Carney was laughed so hard I was crying at the end, and wake up my wife. Pierre just demolished Mark Carney. Yeah. Rick Varro for $20. Hey, Ryan and NP Nation, so happy to have shared this night with all of you. Yes, this is going to be the night where you remember where you were. Jarsha for $5. Mulroney, you had an option, sir. Pialiev, I don't think you appreciate, sir. Much stronger performance from Pierre tonight. Yes. And David Clark for $7. Hey, Ryan, we got choked up too. Big shout out from Lauren and Dave. Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Ethereal Fox Productions for $14. Ryan, do you think the Treasury Secretariat has the right to ask public service employees about secondary incomes? Would you consider this an invasion of privacy? It depends. Because I look at the David Yo situation, where David Yo was literally the CEO of Dalian, Enterprises that was getting over $20 million in contracts from the federal government, while David Yeo was working as a contractor for the Department of National Defense. So he's double dipping. And he would have been able to possibly influence his company actually getting contracts. So it's tough when it comes to public service. To some degree, I will say yes. That it's an invasion of privacy. Maverick Mary, member for 14 months. I felt Pierre speak straight to me at the end. It was an amazing reach out to every Canadian personally. Yes, I agree. Mr. Roscoe Pico for $5. Scrum canceled due to a CBC reporter losing their marbles on Ezra. And interesting if that's true. Tom Dwyer for $7. Too bad Pierre isn't there 1v1 debate with Carney and Pierre just to see Carney get wrecked. Right. Would have been much worse. Austin Gauthier for $5. I don't know about anyone else to me, but Jag Meat just came off as annoying, a whiny child the entire time. Agreed. Woody Doppelganger for $5. Pierre's empathy was felt by me, and I was raised by a single mom. I think he did fantastic. I agree. And Tam Keys, welcome to NP Supporter. Thank you very much. Diane Sylvain, thank you very, very much for all your contributions tonight, Diane. For $20, love that Pierre pointed out that he will support freedom of this press and speech, and loved when Pierre said, I have not met you all, but I have not forgotten about you. You're making me tear up, Diane. I had tears in my eyes. His tone was authentic and compassion, yes. And I'm mainly tired because I'm exhausted. Libby T for $20. Pierre's closing comments were the best. Very emotional. Pierre showed his care for Canadians that are struggling, 100%. And Alice Avonlea, remember for 18 months, you may remember the quote about wisdom, stupidity. Carney just proved it, didn't he? Yes, he did. And Gordon Gale, Alberta guy here for $20. Thank you very much. Have never been able to stand the block, but Blanchette should be shown respect. Don't get me wrong. Go Pierre. No, this is great, people. This is really, really good that we're seeing these comments about Yves Francois Blanchette, because it shows that we can get back to a country we had back in 2000, where even though we can disagree on the platform of a party, we can show respect. That's where we need to get to. And that's why we need to win this election. Piolo Alduin for $5, not debate related, but the union I am in sent me a letter that encourages employees to vote NDP. Isn't it also a form of election interference? I think it is. I personally think it is. And the federal government does the same thing. PSAC and all the subsequent unions that report up into it, they all constantly bombard their employees. Every election, not just this one. They fearmonger against the Conservatives and try to influence people's vote. That's not right. That's not right. You're paying your dues to them and they're influencing your vote. That's BS. And that should be against the law. And my eyes are kind of watery now. WJJZ890 for $10. Thank you very much. Great coverage and analysis, more honest than CBC and other mainstream media. Thanks for all you two have done for our cause. Thank you. Peter Whitten for $5. You in your own kingdom. Eve is a damn good politician. The block should be proud. Yeah, even in English, very, very, very good. STPY for $5. Pierre did exceptionally well tonight. He won by a landslide. Carney was flustered and Jagmeet was yipping like a mad dog. Yes. And Jerry Savoy for $5. Carney in a junior league, if that, and Pierre is in the major leagues. Yes, he was. Lorraine VJ for $5, sending us a sticker. Lemon character moving his head from left to right with his mouth wide open and red hearts in his eyes. Absolutely. That's us for Pierre. Alice Avonlea gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that, Alice. Woody Doppelganger for $2, and thank you for all the contributions you've made tonight, Woody. Buy a big apple. Buy a bag of apples when Pierre wins. I'll buy a bag of potatoes for Jagmeet. Dan H for $10. Pierre's answer, but the security clearances were perfect. It was masterclass to bring up Thomas Mulcair's name in the answer and how he'd agreed with him. Yeah, like he just, boom. 20-year politician. Peter Whitten for $10. I am weird, but I choked up when Pierre did. I did too, man. I did too. I think a lot of people did. He is 100% speaking from the heart. He and Anita took the time to talk to me 3 years ago. This is why I am in politics now. Excellent. See, I'm like so tired as I'm reading these. I'm like feeling what you were feeling when you wrote them, and it's choking me up. So see if anyone's still watching me go through this crap. Oh, you are. I haven't looked up in a while. So thank you to the 10,000 people. 10,000 people that are still with us. Or 8,200. It updated again. That's okay. Diane Sylvain, thank you very much for $10. In many rallies that I saw the pleb live stream, Pierre came out of his bus after the rally, shake hands with his supporters and hug. Some amazing dedication. That's good to see. Good to hear. And Bremnet for $10. Thank you for doing what you do to help us stay informed. It is our pleasure. Cosmic Warrior for $20. Thank you very, very much for that. Peter Whitten for $2. One more. Let's bring it home. Let's do that. Yes. Big B for $2.79. Great commentary, Ryan. Get better, Tanya. Thank you very much. And Stay Tuned Entertainment dropping a membership. Thank you very much for that. Chad T for $10. Thank you for everything you guys are doing. Thank you for joining us. And Glazed Plays for $10. Thank you for everything you do. NP has kept me informed on a level I have never been before. Love from Saskatchewan. Thank you very much. Means a lot. Rainman YYC for $5. Carney learned the visceral truth of saying never interrupt your enemy while he's making a mistake, right? And Jeffrey Dunn, GT Hawk for $5. Imagine Carney in a negotiation after that flop to Polyev. Trump and others will eat him alive. Anyone who wants to throw shade at Carney from now on will ask about his security clearance, guaranteed. Pavel0900 for $7. Thank you so much for what you do. Watching your jaw drop as Carney asked his clearance question was priceless. Yeah, I imagine it was. John Wood for $5. My wife likes the cat. Thank you. We like her too. Nikki Smith for $7. Hey Ryan, I love your channel and how passionate you are about Canadian politics. I learned a lot from you on my journey. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Blessed Change, good to see you. Remember for 8 months, did you see the little smiles and chuckles between Singh and Carney? I bet there's some backroom deal between those two if Carney wins. Who knows? Peter Brokus for $5. This for all your hard work you and Tanya do to inform Canadians with accurate news. Thank you very, very much. And 1000 Sister for $7. A vote for Carney is a vote for China. Vote Conservative. I agree. Spiky Mikey 33 for $10. Thank you. I was coming back from London and heard Carney ask Pierre that question. I went off the road hootering and hollering saying thank you, Mr. Carney, for letting Pierre clear up this matter for Canadians. I agree. And Stefan Bertrand for $10. When Pierre talks about his security, about his regret in his campaign, my wife's comment says that was sweet. I think it touched her. I hope it does the same effect with other women. That's the hope. J-Man for $2. Make a clip of Pierre's response. Oh, don't worry. That's the first thing I'm going to do after we're done here. Louise A. King for $50. Thank you so, so much. Ryan, would you please make a short of the exchange of Carney and Pierre? Don't worry. Don't worry. It's coming. It's coming, folks. You can bet on it. And Tran Veen Hugh for $7. Thumbs up to Steve, the moderator. Well done. Yeah, he did a really good job. Really good job. Very fair. Active Puck for $7. If you or a loved one listen to Jagmeet Singh speak during the debate, you may be entitled to compensation. Class action going on there. Luke Pequin for $7 and giving us a hippo sticker. Thank you very much for that. 5W for $5. Perhaps your show could be on the CBC. I hear they're going public access. Maybe we'll buy them. Probably only worth $5. Sabine Jensen for $5. I loved watching your reactions during the debate. Keep up the amazing work. Excellent. Thank you. R. Nafzig for $2.79. A vote for Pierre is a vote for Canada. Thank you very much. I'll just take this time to mention to everybody, check out Amazon, check out Pandemonium Publishing for Vincent Visits Parliament. That is our children's book. We're very passionate about educating Canadians, and that includes the younger generation. It is a non-partisan children's book. that's educational, but we tried to make it fun as well. And it features our son and his 2 dogs. And you can get it for $15 on Amazon, $14 from Pandemonium Publishing. And we hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did making it. Going back here. RF Nassig for $2.79. Vote for Pierre's Vote for Canada. Yes, it is. Debbie Allen for $20. And it's a Pear super sticker looking at himself in the mirror saying, thanks for being you. Well, thank you very, very much. Jacinta for $14. Good to see you. I got a timeout tonight. Love NP anyway. Thank you very much. Listen to the moderators. Dynamo Joe for $20. 2 punch KO. 1 was pricked in the heart. Pierre's pause. Regret for not meeting more people. 2. Pierre's answer to Mark's spy trap answer that sprung back on him. And I'd like to say something to Governor Kitty. Meow. There you go. And John Darwin for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that. Patty McCauley for $2. Saw your glasses fly off, Ryan. Right? That hasn't happened in a while. That hasn't happened in a long time. Michael Green for $7. That was the most stupidest question that Carney could have asked to Pierre about his security clearance, but I'm glad he did. I think all of us are glad he did. Selby for $2.79. PP 8 and left no crumbs. Mr. Oh yeah, he ate and left no crumbs. Mr. Speaker. There you go. Manuel Gonzalez for $14. Amazing coverage. My first debate as a Canadian. After today's performance, you can tell who is ready to lead my country. Thank you for your hard work, folks. Thank you. And Raisin Bread for $10. I heard Bill Blair went to a mosque in his riding on Eid Day to ask people to vote Liberals. This is my concern. These libs are coercing Muslim people to vote for their party. They're not coercing them. They're just asking, and who knows? Who knows what they're going to get. Diane Sylvain for $10. Love spending this time with NP Nation. So exciting. All my best to Tanya on her complete recovery. In terms of body language, Carney looked like an elite snob out of this element. Yeah, I agree. Guys, Lauren for $5. We'll see the media like Rebel and Juno News ask questions after the debate. Well, apparently not. Michael Holmes for $20. Carney sent Pierre an alley-oop, and Pierre made the slam dunk of the century of Carney's Century Initiative, if I may. Jason Long for $10. Thank you very, very much for that. Jelly Beans for $5. Carney is the crisis that Canada can't afford. NP is the new media. Get better, Tanya. Love you both. And Vincent, thank you very much. Andy Ray for $5. Thank you both for all you do. I look forward to Pierre becoming Prime Minister. My first time voting, even though I'm 25. I am well informed thanks to you. It is a pleasure. Ralph Velthus, thank you very much for $5. Pierre definitely won the debate. Let's pray he can bring this country back from the hellhole it's in now. We can hope. Leaf Busby for $2. CTV called out Mark for running away. 4 questions. Well, that's good to see, because people are watching CTV as well. Think Twice Canada for $10. Of 4 men in the debate stage, only 1 wore a Canadian pin. Only 1 mentioned Canada's veterans and military. Only 1 has veterans running with him. Pierre for PM. Damn right. Ken Fitzgerald for $14. Did I hear Blanchett ask about Brooke Shields? Yes, he did. Being Supreme for $7. Man, I wish I could have read Pierre's mind when Carney asked about his security clearance. Honestly, I think 2 words. Only 2 words went through Pierre's mind as he was asking that question. Thank you. Craig Hallett for $7. Can't wait to see how the polls are affected after the debates. We'll see. Doesn't matter. Get out and vote. Mr. G for $2.79. Please clarify why Jag thinks Pierre built only 6 homes. Because he's talking about like affordable housing. And that's all Jagmeet cares about. He doesn't care about anyone else actually owning a home. He only cares about affordable, like community housing. That's all he cares about. And even that isn't really correct. Sooner Soul Silver for $5. The MSM may have cost the Liberals the election, since they kept on constantly calling up Pierre's security clearance, and Carney asked that question. Could have been. Ken Kemp dropping 10 memberships. Thank you very much for that, Ken. Drassel, member for 2 months. So did we get that much needed home run to win the election? We may have been a grand slam. Troy Boyarski, member for 17 months. Carnage went at it again with his 2008 involvement. Yeah, that was unreal. That he said, I did it. Nobody else, I did it. Unreal. Spiky Mikey 33 for $5. I love Pierre's strategy when Jag came after him. and sent his comments against Carney instead of back at JAG. Thank you for being here for us in PP. Absolutely. And he did that because Pierre wants the NDP to gain votes from the Liberals. Pierre, I think, only referenced the NDP once. Barking up the right tree for $7, Carney sent Pierre or Poilievre up with a home run with that last question. He finally did something good for Canada. The tides are receding. The wave is coming. Mary Lou Cleveland for $25, and that's a sticker of a bouncing heart-shaped ponytail with stars in the sky. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mary Lou Cleveland for $14 as well. Thank you very much. Julie Karen for $50. Thank you so much. Thank you. And how dare Carney talk about Jews being afraid to go to the synagogue after letting all those violent protesters go on a rampage in our cities. Yeah, that's the disgusting hypocrisy of all of it. BSK for $14. Now that the debates are over, what's your feeling about the election outcome? I will be voting Conservative in the advanced polls. Haven't voted the past decade since Harper's. I think this debate changed a lot of minds. Hope it did anyway. Or it confirmed a lot of people's minds that were in the undecided category. Just being Nicole with for $2. Scrums canceled, I guess. And Claude Petrie. First rule of debate: never ask a question you don't know what the answer will be. That's the question. Well, Carney may have thought he knew the answer, but he didn't. Pamela Junk for $7. I just want to say thank you for your enthusiasm, knowledge, and dedication to bringing us real news. You're very welcome. Just me, Nicole, for $2. Scrum canceled, apparently due to security concerns for Mark Carney. Jennifer Colsar for $20. Thank you very much for that. And Lorna Hazen, Frankaville, Have Voice Will Travel for $50. Thank you very, very much. Ryan, you need to make a button with your reaction to Pierre's security clearance. It was brilliant. Shout out to my hubby, David Clark, my favorite person. Amazing. Good wishes to you both. Drazzle for $5. Can't wait for Carney to vote Conservative after this debate. Love it. Blushy VT for $10. Carney asked PP about his security clearance. Meanwhile, the CBC does the wait meme. Great job showcasing these debates, Ryan. Hopefully Tanya gets better. I'm sure she will. She'll be back tomorrow. Nux for Cup for $5. After yesterday's debate, YouTube was flooded with CBC coverage trying to declare the election to Carney today. Not a peep. Lazarus for $5. Anyone want to go surfing? I see a huge blue wave coming, right? Diane Sylvain for $5. When Pierre answered that Carney question, it was like a prosecutor just proving to the jury accused is guilty. It was a total slam dunk. Yeah. And Carney's facial expression said it all. Chandai Manson for $14. Thank you very much. Dan H for $20. CBC's at issue panel just praised Pierre's performance. They correctly mentioned that he looked prime ministerial and less like an attacking dog. If CBC is willing to admit that, then we know Pierre was the clear-cut winner. Yes, we do. Marion Dudenhofer for $2. Pierre gave Carney... yes, he did.
Emotional damage.
You got that right. Jeffrey Dunn, GT Hawk for $2. Carney copies Mr. Burns' election imploding at the end. Yup. Meadowlark Music for $2. Webster's definition of elitist, Mark Carney. And we have J.Ann Palladino, member for 2 months. Jag just spoke for like a half an hour and said nothing. He's on mute. And Maya Vader, welcome to NP supporter. Leslie Robbins giving 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that. Grubsy2675 and Myra Garnett, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much, the both of you. Dan H for $10. Carney, after a security clearance question, is like Mr. Burns spitting the 3-eyed fish across the Simpsons dinner table. Maybe someone from this debate actually did that. I think all his staffers did that. Diane Liberty for $14. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for help, for supporting. Woody Doppelganger for $5. NP for the support. When Pierre wins, I will most likely cry. I have been fighting against these libs since I was 29. I'm almost 40 now. I think all of us are going to cry in a good way. Theorica for $20. Bouncing back and forth. Amazing Zoltan sharing vids he took sitting in the scrum on Jasmine's stream. Arguments broke out and canceled possibly because of a fist fight, or so it was being said. Argument is recorded though. Interesting. Kelly Potter, member for 2 months, received my book from Amazon today. Excellent. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you both, Tanya and all of you. And folks, even if you have received your book from Pandemonium Publishing, please, 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 if you see it on, if you look it up on Amazon, do us a favor and leave us a review. 5 stars would be awesome, but just leave us a review. And if you see it on Indigo Books, do the same, because it helps them suggest it out. That would mean a lot to us. Thank you very, very much for that. And Ron Wood for $70. Thank you so much for that, Ron. Patricia Stevenson, thank you for with another $70. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for keeping us so informed of what's going on. I'm a boomer and I've learned so much from you over the last few months since I found your show. Well, welcome aboard to NB Nation. Thank you very much. And Diane Sylvain gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Diane. Antoinette R, member for 2 months. Watch the debate with our MP Tom Kamiak. Excellent. Can't wait to watch your stream to see your reactions, Ryan, and some serious good moments. I based on what everyone else said, I think you'll like my reactions. And Mary Ross for $5. Carney would have been better off asking himself the question. Yes, he would have. Ray B, member for 17 months. Thanks, guys. Superb job. Thank you very much. And Penelope Bartow for $28. Thank you. Stuart Taylor for $5. Your expression as Carney started to ask his question was priceless. Pierre's ability to control his facial muscles was remarkable. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, folks, I think we're at the end. I have some work to do. I have some editing to do to get that out. But thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on a historic debate night. It was great to share it with you. Stuart Taylor jumping in with $5. Your expression as Carney started to ask his question was priceless. Pierre's ability. Oh yeah, I got that one. It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure, and what a roller coaster of a debate that was. But everybody, help your EDA. Encourage people to get out and vote. This is advanced voting weekend. Your EDAs need help getting people who can't get themselves out to vote. So if you can, help out your EDA, help out your candidate, help out your MP. We still have a lot of work to win this election. It won't win itself. Get out there. Do not leave anything on the ice by the time this is done. We want to look back at the end of this and say we did everything we possibly could. If you could also, I'm going to try and repost my video encouraging people to get out to vote. Please repost that everywhere you can. People need to understand that this is the time. For those that don't think their vote matters, this matters more than any election in the last 40 years in Canada. We cannot leave it to chance. Get out and vote. This is your civic duty. It's the duty for yourself, for Canada, your children, your grandchildren. Get out and vote. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in the comments.